Okay, good morning, everyone. It's now 9:30 and time for me to open this session of the joint Places for Everyone joint development plan document. Can everyone hear me okay? Good, thank you. For those who don't know me, I'm Stephen Lee, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan, along with Louise Gibbons and William Fieldhouse. Just a few normal matters of housekeeping. If a reminder, please, for everyone to switch mobile phones, laptops, and any other devices off or to silent mode. Water is provided in the room and will be replenished during adjournments, and we ask generally if people don't bring hot food or drink into the room. I'm not aware of any fire alarms planned for this morning, so if the alarm does sound, it will be real, and if everyone could vacate the building in an orderly fashion, following one of the green exit signs either to the rear of this room or to my right. And as normal, programme officers Helen and Yvonne will be around all day if anybody needs any assistance. The agenda for this session, as normal, or the approach is the purpose of the examination is to help us decide if the plan submitted in February 2022 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. This session, like the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out in the agenda that was issued last week. And this morning, we are dealing with allocation JPA 32, land south of Hyde. I think I've got a few new faces. Have I got any people who have not been before? Yeah, okay, so I'll just run through how things will work for the benefit of those who have not been before. I will start each agenda item with some questions to the GMCA team, and when we've heard the responses to those, I'll invite contributions from others. When you wish to speak, if you could turn your nameplate on its end, I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. And when I invite you to speak, please say you are, and if the appropriate, who you represent. And when you do speak, if you obviously turn your microphone on, speak reasonably closely to it so the stream, video stream can pick you up, and then once finished, turn your mic off. We ask if, when you make your contributions, if they could be, focus your comments on our questions or specific points made by others, and we try as much as possible for each contribution to be no longer than a minute or two to ensure that they're focused and to allow everybody a chance to speak if they wish to on a particular issue. But please remember, there's obviously no need to simply repeat or summarise what you put in your written statements or representations laid before us. We've read them. There's also no need to repeat the contributions from others around the table. If so, if somebody makes a good point, there's no need to tell me you agree with that point. A good point is a good point. It doesn't get any better with repetition. The normal course of events, once we've heard contributions from others and asked to try and, obviously on any particular point, people get as much off their chest as they wish to about a particular point, then we'll give the GMCA the chance to sum up their position at the end of each agenda item. I just want to touch on action points. You may be aware we've been issuing action points shortly after sessions have ended. Just as a reminder, while we are discussing the details of the sites today, this doesn't mean that we've made up our minds about the allocations. As we set out in our action point notes, if you read them, our ultimate conclusions on whether each of the allocations in the plan is justified will depend on our consideration of a range of matters, including those related to the amount of development needed, the spatial strategy, the green belt issues in general, and as well as any site-specific issues. Therefore, even where we issue action points about the sites after sessions, we may decide in due course that other or different main modifications are required to those we set out. The way today will work is we'll probably have a comfort break around 11 o'clock, and if we need to, break for lunch, but I'm expecting that we'll be finished before lunch, or there or thereabouts. I think that there's no the other action point for me, or matters arising, is we have, I believe, colleagues from the Planning Inspectorate observing today. You may see me or my fellow inspectors talking to them, and if you do, please be assured that we will not be discussing the merits of any of the arguments or cases being made today, and they will have no involvement in the examination or decisions that are being made. They're purely here to observe. Okay. Any matters from GMCA you wish to raise?
No, sir, thank you very much.
Do you have any time to think about anything after last night?
None at all, sir.
No, exactly.
Should make the day go very smoothly.
Yeah. I think yes. It's only us who were there from last night, so we had a late finish last night. So, okay, so from that we'll start then with introductions going around the room. If you could say who you are and who you're here to represent before we get started. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Chris Katkowski, KC for GMCA.
Good morning, sir. Simon Payman from Tameside Council, representing GMCA.
Good morning, sir. Graham Holland of Tameside Council, representing the GMCA.
Good morning. Laura Smith from Tameside Council, representing GMCA.
Good morning, Zoe Sherlock, representing Save Greater Manchester's Greenbelt.
Good morning, Daniel Heat, representing Save Apethorn and Bowlaker, which is south of Hyde.
Good morning, Max Moronti, representing Save Apethorn and Bowlaker.
Good morning, sir. David Morton, 40-year resident of Apethorn Lane, overlooking the Apethorn Lane site. Obviously, my declared interest.
Welcome.
Sir, Councillor Phil Chadwick, Councillor for Hyde Werneth, representing the Apethorn Bowlaker residents.
Andy Roberts from Planet, representing Blue Mantle.
Morning, sir. Richard Barton from Avison Young, also representing Blue Mantle.
Okay, welcome everyone. Okay, as has been the norm, before we get into my questions, we invite GMCA to introduce the site and give a broad overview of the reasons why they consider it justified for allocation. So with that, I'll hand over to Mr. Katkowski. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. So this is an interesting one. The site meets site selection criterion 7, and that is in relation to the vacant grade 2-star listed farmhouse complex on part of the site. That is an important surviving example of a medieval cruck-framed open hall house, probably a longhouse, according to the listing description, which dates back to the 1400s. It's on the Historic England Heritage at Risk Register, Category A. That's to say the condition is regarded as being very bad. And part of the rationale for the allocation is to secure the restoration and long-term reuse of this heritage asset within an early phase of the overall development of the site. The site is allocated, as you know, proposed to be allocated for some 440 new homes. This is seen as having a role in boosting northern competitiveness, delivering housing in one of the borough's stronger housing market areas, diversifying the borough's housing market and including some affordable housing as well. The proposal involves removing land from the Greenbelt, as you all know. Our study work has shown or has categorised the degree of harm to the purposes of the Greenbelt from removing the land from the Greenbelt as a range of moderate, well, low moderate through to moderate high. There is a distinction, as you'll know, sir, and there are several parcels involved here, 5 parcels. The one to the west, northwest of Stockport Road has been ranked as moderate, and then the 4 to the east, southeast of Stockport Road have this variety of degrees of harm. The overall assessment is a moderate to high assessment, bringing all of those together. So we recognise that, and we feed that into the weighing scales, of course. Other issues involved here are issues which, as far as we're concerned, can be dealt with through mitigation in due course, and our overall assessment, as you'll understand from the submissions we've made in writing, is that there are exceptional circumstances to remove the site from the Greenbelt and allocate it for the reasons I've briefly touched on. We consider there's a compelling case and a public interest for doing so.
Okay, thank you. One thing, sorry, I should have mentioned in my opening is the GMCA have been, prior to the housing, the allocation sessions, have been providing us with their suggested modifications, and these were published on Friday, and this one was GMCA 68. So I hope people had an opportunity to see those and because when we go through the development requirements, we'll be using this as the guide, because it's easy to go through these, so, and see what the changes are. So has everyone had a chance to see? Go. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to start then with, I'm going to go through all of my Greenbelt questions. Again, so as a way of introduction, these are some of the, this is, you know, we are, obviously, we have a lot of written evidence about the Greenbelt. We understand the Council's position on the assessment of harm and their position on how the planning judgment's been carried out. So I'm not going to necessarily go through every aspect of that. That's before me read. Obviously, if people wish to raise any concerns about that, then okay. But my points are going to be on areas I feel I need to clarify or just understand things better. One thing that's been put to me is about the impact on the separation between Hyde and Woodley, and that obviously that will effectively lead to coalescence. Could you just respond to those comments firstly, please?
Well, so you understand that that merging point is captured by purpose number 2 of the 5 purposes of the Greenbelt, and depending upon which parcel one looks at, our assessment shows either a moderate, in 3 instances, a moderate impact on that purpose in terms of merger, through to relatively limited or limited stroke none. So it varies from parcel to parcel, which when you look at the disposition of the parcels across the allocation, that, I mean, frankly, makes sense. You know, it would be difficult to see how it is that each parcel would have the same degree of effect on that purpose. I don't know if there's anything that anyone wishes to add to that to my left, but I mean, that's what our study's showing.
Just a small point in terms of the sort of how the boundary at the sort of narrowest section will be formed. I mean, there's very strong woodland features in that area, either on the Apethorn side where it's contained within a SBI, which is largely constitutes, well, it's made up of ancient woodland. And then on the other side, in the sort of southern boundary of the parcels, I guess you'd refer to them in that sort of western corner of the Bowlacre site. There's woodland extending along the wooded clough, obviously, and that section's covered by a group TPO. So, yes, there would be a narrowing, but there's a very strong boundary in that section.
On the, you mentioned the narrow area, and I'm going to sort of talk about the west and the east parcels, so or the northwest and southeast parcels, really, but then if you look, the western parcel, it narrows, and I'm going to use the just for the site visit maps you provided. So it does go. This is obviously the district boundary. Just for my benefit, does the Greenbelt extend beyond? How far does the Greenbelt extend beyond?
Yeah, it's a good point, and I think that's one of the flaws with the way that the Greenbelt boundary is demonstrated, because obviously there is retained Greenbelt within Stockport, which is the neighbouring borough along that side. I mean, at the narrowest point is actually, it's about 115 metres the gap is narrowed down to. But as I said, that area is heavily sort of, you know, characterised by woodland, so it's well defined in that respect. On the Apethorn side, I haven't actually measured that side but I'd say it's probably realistically 300 to 400 metres.
And that's where it wraps around the yeah, because I've got a sort of query about that. Because obviously it's woodland, but at the moment, as it would be drawn, the western plot would sort of have not entirely wrapped around my Greenbelt, but it would obviously that northern element would sort of penetrate across the north, so creating a degree of separation between existing housing. So you'd have this situation: you've got some housing, some woodland, then the new development, and obviously, standing the point, it might be protected under other purposes, but whether that finger that comes in is actually still you know, fulfilling Greenbelt purposes, I guess would be the question.
Yeah, it's a pertinent point in respect to that piece of woodland. I think we did consider excluding it at one point. I don't think that area is not as protected by, certainly not an SBI extends into that area. I don't think it's covered by other designations necessarily in terms of affording it protection. And therefore, I mean, because it's not an island of greenbelt, it's actually, you know, an integral part of it. So we decided it was logical to keep it as a connected element of the greenbelt.
And I had a similar point yesterday. Yes, was yesterday about, and it's obviously a different district, but same point where you got this idea that there's a sort of penetrating finger of greenbelt separating an area of housing from another area of housing, whether or not that the new housing, if you like, function as part of the wider development, bearing in mind there was this sort of sliver of greenbelt between them. Would it still actually function as part of that development, part of the existing settlement pattern, I should say? Or would it be an isolated pocket?
I think it would provide that separation. I mean, it is quite a steep-sided topographical feature, so it's a watercourse. As I say, it's heavily wooded, so it does provide that sort of significant degree of separation between the two.
But sorry, is that problematic in terms of, you know, you're creating, in terms of settlement pattern issues? Are you creating effectively a pocket of?
No, well, I was going to say I don't think so, because when you sort of move towards the eastern end of the site, you've got that more sort of connectivity into existing built form. Certainly on the eastern side of Stockport Road, the A560. There would be a sort of connection there to the existing urban area, so I don't see that.
And then, sorry, I'm moving back down to the other narrow part again, on the narrow part. Are there parts it comes down, and you've seen when the boundary is drawn along an area of ancient woodland? But I'm purely going on the aerial photos and what I can see on the ground. There's some additional woodland that seems to be outside that boundary of the ancient woodland. But is that part of the ancient woodland, or is that an SBI, or is that protected in some other way, or is that something else?
Again, it's well observed. The interesting thing is that those two areas, the ancient woodland and the SBI, they don't share the same boundary area. The ancient woodland data set is not a locally derived data set, so it comes from a national level, whereas the SBI is obviously locally evidenced through work carried out by the Greater Manchester Ecological Unit.
So, just sorry, there's not very useful for the others in the room, I appreciate, but there's this finger here, this is SBI, but this area that comes along the boundary of the allocation, is that SBI as well, or is that? Yes. It's all SBI, it's not that clear on that map. So all of that, so that, okay, it's all SBI, okay. So you would not, presumably wouldn't be expecting any development to take place in that area?
No, that's correct. And also, we'll probably move on to it later, but we have slightly amended the boundary on that, on the western side of the western parcel. So where the area of woodland extends into the site on the site visit plan.
Oh,
I think it's where it says, where it actually says
that
whole
is
bank.
subtle, because one of my points was I couldn't immediately see the change, but now you pointed out I can see the change. Okay. So you are releasing.
I'm glad I've clarified that point.
Yeah. So you want we will come on to it now then, because I think we'll cover it in the greenbelt issue, because obviously you're seeking to release additional greenbelt. So we'll just get through my question, then we'll pick up that point, because I suppose actually it's the corollary to the question I was going to ask anyway, which is if there are areas of SBI and ancient woodlands excluded, but areas of SBI which are not part of the likely developed area, why would they been deemed to be released from the greenbelt? And I guess actually this fits into that, because you're now looking to release more of it.
Well, exactly. That was the question which we asked ourselves, particularly given that in relation to the SBI in question, I mean, much of it would remain in the retained greenbelt, and yet, as the red line as drawn in the submitted plan cuts across the SBI, the allocation boundary cuts across the SBI. Query why, query, we're not, are we anticipating any development, in the SBI? Patently, we're not. And so on, reconsideration, and from all the previous days when we've discussed this, we reconsider these matters, we submit proposed changes. So in paper GMCA 68, we've retained that part of the SBI that was originally shown as part of the allocation. We've taken it out of the allocation and retained it and proposed to retain it in the green belt. And that seemed logical to us on reflection.
Okay, but this area then that comes down along, which you said is also SBI, that still remains in, or is that such a subtle change on this scale map? I can't tell the difference.
I was going to say it is a very subtle change. Part of the complication is that the boundaries that define the SBI don't correlate to, for example, Ordnance Survey master map boundaries. But we obviously, based on the previous discussions at hearing sessions around, excluding SBIs from sites, we decided to amend the boundary. And as you say, I mean, they are literally so subtle that if you were looking at two maps side by side, you wouldn't necessarily be able to see the difference. But if you zoomed in on a GIS system, for example, you can see that overlap. But that's been removed now, so there is no SBI within the site.
So if I was getting, sorry, I'm belabouring this point, but I don't need to be exactly sure where the line will go. So it would come, as you now suggest, around this finger, which is very clearly penetrating into the site, and then this red line would then be moved inwards subtly, or is that's the bit I'm mainly trying to understand, is because this map isn't that clear that's SBI.
No, that's fine. Yes, it is very slightly moved. So it now follows the boundary of the SBI.
If I was saying, looking at the trees,
yeah.
So it'd be the eastern side, the eastern northern side of the trees, basically. The north,
exactly.
The edge of the trees.
Yeah.
That's cleared that up. So. And presumably, from a soundness perspective, the argument there is that obviously it's not justified releasing that from Greenbelt because it's not form part of the development parcel.
That's correct, sir. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Would those new boundaries, as it were, be fall into the category of defensible and, as far as you're concerned, and following clear features? Trees?
Yes, they would, sir. Yeah.
Okay. I think you've actually then picked up most of my, by that change, subtle though it was, we've picked up a lot of my points. So there was another point on the agenda about compensatory improvements. As people have been here before would be aware, all of the allocation policies that now have a suggested change to include a requirement for compensatory improvements. So I think logically we'll pick that point up when we get to that issue in the development requirements. And if anyone has any concerns about the ability to provide compensatory improvements or whether it can be achieved, then that would be the time to raise it. I think we'll just leave that there. Is that okay?
That's fine, sir. And just to mention in relation to boundaries, I mean, you've asked about a particular boundary. And generally across the allocation, we consider the boundary to the retained green belt as a result of the allocation would be clearly defined on the ground, but we do recognise that there would be a need to strengthen a boundary between the eastern development parcel, southeastern development parcel, and the adjoining greenbelt land to the south, and that's recognised in one of the changes that we've proposed in GMCA 68. For those who have attended before, we've had this conversation pretty much for every allocation. For those who haven't attended before, so we recognise in some cases that there will be a need to strengthen boundaries so as to ensure that there's a clear demarcation of what would be the new boundary of the green belt.
Yes, again, so your GMCA document preempted. I have a question here which says, is the main modification necessary regarding strengthening boundaries? You've preempted that question, so we'll get to it when we get to the development requirement. I
A
think.
few weeks off the end of the examination hearings, we're just about catching up with you, sir. So.
So it's trouble when you write all these questions a while before you submit your document, and then it's like, oh, like they said, 7 questions about that policy, which are now no longer particularly relevant. So it keeps me busy. If nothing else. Right. So I'll open it up then to we're focusing predominantly on greenbelt issues now. Save Apethorn and Bowlacre. Or Mr. Morton then. Fair enough. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Right, a lot to go through there. Well, sir, you said you didn't understand from the photograph where the lines would be drawn. If I can say, as I outlined before, I've lived overlooking this land for the last 40 years. And what your photograph doesn't show is the topography of the land. Now, these lines that we're talking about, the ancient woodland that is at the back of Polebank Hall, which sits on the Stockport boundary, is a very deep wooded valley, very, very deep, probably, I would estimate, probably 100 metres deep at its lowest point, with a watercourse running through it that goes down to the Tame Valley. Now, with regard to the other finger that's been removed, equally, that is a very deep valley that follows the original topography of the land. Over the years, Apethorn Farm has had a levelling process carried out to bring it into 2 terraces. But what that finger is the original topography of the site that dates back to the 1400s. Now, these 2 channels are well clearly defined, impossible to build on because of the topography. They also fulfil the function of drainage. And within the site of Apethorn, there are ancient drainage channels, one of which serves to drain the cellar of my home, which was built in 1830, and it flows into this finger that you've questioned. Now, sidetracking slightly...
Sorry, because I think there are a few fingers. I just want to make sure which finger we're talking about. We're talking about the northern finger
addition,
or
the addition on this document, the change in plan, if you look at the northwestern corner, you'll see that there's like a phallic
the little indent.
Yeah.
Yeah, what did you describe it?
The phallic indent.
Okay.
That indent is actually, although you can't see it, it could be a vertical stand of trees, but it isn't. It's actually a very deep valley that is tree-lined, but you only see the tops of the trees because they're growing from a lower level.
Okay.
Now, one of the concerns I have is that this ancient drainage, should this site go ahead, I know it's not quite on the Greenbelt run, but if this site was basically cleared to make it a building plot, that drainage, which is barely adequate at the moment, would be destroyed forever. And a drain that I've enjoyed, which is on my deeds, I've got a right to it, et cetera, would lead to my cellar, which is like 12 feet below ground level, to flood. Now, with regard to the distances involved, I think Mr. Pateman said he'd not measured the distance between Apethorn Lane and the boundary, and he estimated it at 400 metres. The reality of the fact is that this narrowest point, it's 280 to the Stockport boundary. Now, the Stockport boundary runs through the middle of the ancient woodland. Yeah? The development is proposed to go right to the edge of that, and the reason it can go no further is, as I've said, that ancient woodland is well below the field level. So basically, the building is going as far as it is possible to build. Now, touching on the Greenbelt, I've got a lot of things to say, and I'll try and be as brief as I can.
Yeah, obviously, there'll be plenty of opportunity to talk about all the other issues, but focus on the Greenbelt now.
A definition of boundary has been mentioned by Mr. Kakowski. The boundaries as stand at the moment are totally well defined because you've got this ancient woodland with an unbuildable barrier that will never change. To the other side of the plot, you've got the Apethorn Lane, which houses the 14th century farm. It's got ribbon development along it, well defined, well permanent. So the notion that we can suddenly create a better boundary, for want of a better term, is completely false. The boundary of the Greenbelt is well defined, and this portion of Greenbelt is strategic in the sense that it is not an isolated finger of Greenbelt. It actually constitutes a permanent connection between the Tame Valley National Park and Werneth Low Country Park. And if it were to be developed, that would completely sever the continuous green belt that surrounds Tameside at this point. Now, to me, that is the primary function of a green belt, to be green, to separate communities. And this development will totally destroy that, and it will be against the planning criteria 138B. So I think this sails right the way through, and I'm talking specifically now about the Apethorn one in particular, but also partially about the Bowlacre side, the other side. So I think this development is a development too far, and to look at the benefits of the number of houses to what will be lost, the calculation is way off beam. I think there were other points that I've just made some. I've got that. It was said it's a subtle change to put this finger of land into it. It's not a subtle change. It's a blindingly obvious change because you can't build there. So I think that will suffice for now, sir.
Okay, thank you. It was a subtle change to me on a very small map, is what I think I was trying to talk about. Is
we have a collection of maps and photographic evidence.
Yeah. Well, I've been.
Yeah.
What I always say is that if I need to go back, I'll go back again.
Right. You can come and visit me. You can have tea with me if you like.
I probably won't.
Right.
Yeah. In fact, I almost definitely won't.
Yeah. No. Good, wise man. Just while I'm on, one thing I didn't state. It's been stated that the impact is moderate to low moderate. I'll draw your attention to SP09, which is the packet of land that we are talking about here. And if you go through that, I won't read it all out, but these are the Greenbelt purposes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are listed with the narrative below it as well as Purpose 1, strong. Purpose 1B, strong. Purpose 2A, strong. Purpose 3A, strong. So how has this rating been diluted in the plan when this is an existing document that I presume has been worked on? I don't understand how it can go from that to weak or moderate. I'd like to know why. And I think that shows a lack of soundness in that respect. Thank you.
Understood the point, thank you. Save Apethorn and Bowlacre, and obviously we've got those points, so new ones, please.
Is this the right time to address the heritage asset?
No.
Nope, right.
That'll be under the next part.
It's just in relation to the comments of we're now 7 years down the line and they've not even measured the site properly.
Yeah.
It's just a bit concerning that...
We'll cover, I think, under the site location principle. I mean, the green belt and the site location principles there's a little bit of overlap, but I think we'll pick up heritage next. So thank you. Say Greater Manchester green belt.
Yeah.
Just 2 points, just to pick up something that Jackie Copley said yesterday about the concern about the wildlife corridor and the narrowing of the site, which I think applies to this site, and also that the finger of land that we was talking about, if we have development either side of that, are we not increasing footfall through an SBI? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Again, heritage issues. That's more of a heritage biodiversity issue, but we'll pick up on that more specifically. But the point's been made. I've got it, so thank you. If when you've finished, you put your signs down, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Where's the figures for this? Sorry, I'll do it. It's just like... Apologies, we've got a lot of paperwork here. I'd just like to mention the ecology report on the green belt.
We'll come to ecology matters. I mean, I understand it's in the green belt, but what we're really trying to get on now is green belt purposes, green belt issues per se.
Understood.
And release green belt. But don't worry, there'll be plenty of time for you to make those points. Thank you. I'll hand it back to you if you've got any comments you wish to make. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Didn't see Blue Mantle sign. Thank you.
I'll just be very brief, sir. I think just in light of the comments that have been raised, specifically maybe about the point of coalescence, hopefully you've received and reviewed our development framework document, which is appended to our Reg 19 submission. Pleasingly, our illustrative master plan has made it into Appendix 6 of the topic paper as well. I think that's just very important in the context of, whilst we can see that the allocation boundary is obviously moving closer from G Cross to Woodley. No one's disputing that. I think we've done a lot of work looking at the developable area, and the developable area will not bring development any closer to Woodley from G Cross than what is there currently. We've done a lot of work on that to look at those distances. The current distance between properties, I think, is set out, sir, just for your reference at figure 11 on page 16 of our development framework. If you want to have that handy, just to have a look at it at some stage, sir. But yes, from our point of view, we've demonstrated in our illustrative plan how the 440 units can be achieved on the site, and that does not go anywhere near the SBI, as you would expect. It's now outside the boundary, and it does not go anywhere near the ancient woodland either. There's a good strong standoff between the development and the ancient woodland, so that would be maintained. Thank you.
Sorry, could I just add one more point as well?
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
No, it's fine, thank you. It was just a point, just to add to Richard's point, that actually within the illustrative framework we've provided within our evidence, we've actually provided quite a significant buffer offset from the boundary of the site itself. That varies quite a lot, from anything to about 126 metres to about 12 metres at its narrowest point. And also relevant to that is the point about taking out sort of continuity of movement and biodiversity along that corridor, with providing almost, in the illustrative plan, it was about 9 hectares of land which formed that edge of the boundary of open space. That was about 32% of the whole site, which we think would be sufficient to allow movement and biodiversity.
Okay, obviously, yes, some of those points will come on to, not purely Greenbelt points, but while all these indicative frameworks are helpful, obviously I'm not assessing those. I'm assessing what's in the plan and the policies in the plan, but useful examples. So I will come back now to GMCA if you have any response to those points.
Only one point, really, because you understand in relation to the points that have been made on this side of the room about the degree of impact on the green belt from removing this site and allocating it. I mean, we take a different view about the degree of impact. You've got our study, you've had the competing points of view put to you, you'll consider all the arguments, obviously, but I did just want to come back on one point of clarification, because it was queried why a strong rating for certain purposes had become we said weak to moderate. In fact, the rating is moderate. Why has there been that change? Well, that's because the strong rating that was referred to in the document that was referred to was from the 2016 work, when we were looking at a much larger parcel of land. So we're not comparing apples and apples in making that point.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Sorry, I do apologise. From 2016 to its current form, there's been no change in the size of the site. It's remained as it is since the inception.
A larger parcel was looked at in 2016.
Okay, this is a difference in assessment terms or on the allocation terms. All of these things, when we get differences of opinion about what's in the evidence, I obviously can take the note of that, and I can look at all these documents together in the round, and if I feel I need to come back and get some clarification, I can do it in writing. So it's useful to highlight the potential issue, but I don't want to get into a back and forth on very detailed matters that I can look at outside the room. If it's purely, that kind of issue. Mr. Morton.
Very briefly, is this the right point to challenge assertions that have been made by Blue Mantle or not? Or do I address everything through yourself?
Yes, you don't challenge that. I mean, I don't really want to get into back
I
and forth.
understand that.
I mean, I think some of the points Blue Mantle raised about buffers and that kind of thing, I wonder if we can pick up when we get into the detailed development requirements.
Just the one point I would query, and I'll be very brief, it's been mentioned that at its smallest point, the buffer will be 12 metres. I think I'm right in assuming that was what was said.
Well, that's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah. Okay, that's the thing I've got.
What's on an indicative master plan or an indicative framework, if that shows a buffer of 12 metres, unless the policy says anything about
that 12 metres is to the Stockport boundary, I would add.
Yeah.
But anyway, enough said.
I think the point would be here is whether what the policy says about these types of things, if anything, and whether it should and what it does say and doesn't say.
Yeah.
Rather, I'm not going to get into a debate about what's on there their sort of latest plan. It's
I
what
understand
policies-
you will make your independent decision. I
Yeah, but
understand
also,
that.
on what's in the plan, not what's in their framework.
Yes, I accept that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, your sign's up, but is that a new? Yep, thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on to site location matters then, matters of principle. Yes, so this is one of those sites which meets the one criterion in the site selection, which is criterion 7.
That's right, sir.
Which is about delivering significant local benefits by addressing a major local problem issue. Your written statement to our question referred me to 2 local issues. One is the diversification of the housing market, which is John point, and then one is about the heritage. I'll come on to the heritage point. Just to be clear, was the diversification of the housing market or providing different types of housing always highlighted as part of the site selection process for this site? Is it been sufficiently clear that that's one of the reasons, or has there been a focus on the Apethorn listed buildings?
I checked my left, but I think it's fair to say there's been a focus on the restoration of the Grade 2 star listed building. But I'll just...
That's correct, sir. So the focus originally on the site selection was through the at-risk historic asset. Realistically, we looked at how we can build on, obviously, the evidence coming forward through things like our housing needs assessment and assessing housing market in that area, and that's what led to inclusion of that sort of further sort of plank to the sort of inclusion of it under criterion 7.
So that came after
Yes.
you'd identified...
Correct, yes.
Or it had been sieved in,
Correct, yeah.
scoped in. Is there a spatial element to, because obviously the point about diversification and so on, it's been made before that, the possible that this could be any Greenbelt site in Tameside could deliver the same sorts of benefits in terms of that, and the same meeting this, the same local problem, addressing the same local. Is there any particular spatial element to this one?
I mean, in terms of the housing market, I think there is, yes, because the evidence from both the strategic housing market assessment and the Tameside housing needs assessment does identify the Hyde Werneth area as particularly strong housing market. But there is quite a bit of differentiation within Hyde Werneth itself. There's quite a strong presence of, for example, 1 and 2 bed terraced housing. It's actually over 30% of the makeup in that part of the borough. Significantly higher than the national average. So there was that consideration in terms of actually building on what is a strong housing market, because there's no doubt that along that part of G Cross there is high value housing in the context of Tameside.
Okay. But to think of chronology in the site selection process, the sieving process, it was identified as a potential site because of the listed building issue, and then you added to your consideration after it had come in.
That's right, so yes. So it gets through the process because of site selection criteria number 7, because of the Grade 2 star listed building being on the at-risk register category A, very bad, and the desire to bring about its restoration. So that's how it gets through the initial process, but it's only right that we draw attention to these other points which we see as adding to the case for. So chronologically, you're right, but that doesn't take the shine off the point that's been made about the housing market.
When you were looking at your housing market issue, have you determined any kind of scale of development would be required to meet that local problem? And I guess because I'm thinking Godley Green Garden Village is also in the similar sort of area, would that not, the 2,350 dwellings there, would that not have satisfied that particular local issue?
I agree. There's proximity is a consideration there. They are in terms of, if you look at the viability work that was carried out for PFE, then they are in different value areas. If you look at the value area that Hyde Werneth's in, it's in category 2, which is at the higher end of values compared to Godley Green. I think there are other issues in terms of the scale of development as well, in terms of phasing and delivery. Over looking at, Godley Green, a larger scheme, it's going to take a lot longer to actually get delivery going compared to the site of this scale, which is potentially going to come forward in advance of that. So it's more about continuing that sort of delivery of housing across a longer period rather than waiting for Godley Green to come on stream.
Okay. And so in this case, when we've talked in some other districts where I've been in the chair, the reason for the allocation has been predominantly because of most of the developments in the urban areas have been flats, large scale flat, tall buildings and so on. This is more about terraces and the lack of direct family housing.
Yeah, it's about diversification of the housing market principally. I mean, if you look at sort of broadly across the whole of the borough, then there's a really high percentage of it's a typical northern town. They're characterised by terraced housing, so there is less sort of 3 and 4 bed family housing on offer. I think if you look at the, for example, detached housing, I think Hyde Werneth currently has about, I think it's broadly half the level you would expect nationally in terms of, I think it's about 15% nationally, it's about 8% in Hyde Werneth.
Okay, so it may well be, from your perspective, without knowing, if there were other sites in other parts of Tameside in the Greenbelt, it wouldn't necessarily serve the same, meet the same local issue. Beg your pardon.
The answer to your question is yes, sir.
Okay, right, so I'm going to move on to the Eighth Form Farm. Obviously I asked a question specifically about how Eighth Form Farm, if I get the wording of my question right, I said, what are the specific practical viability issues relating to the restoration and reuse of the Eighth Form farmhouse and complex which justify the release of Greenbelt land? Because obviously I was following through the logic that the site had been identified to meet this local problem, i.e. restoration, that somehow resulted in the release of Greenbelt. And I know we're slightly going back to Greenbelt, it's still a slight site selection issue, and therefore how it factored into exceptional circumstances. Your written statement at paragraph 2259, I just need some clarification, because it states that the heritage issues do not form the specific exceptional circumstance that justify the release of land from the Greenbelt, but this did form an important part of the selection process. Now, it just seemed to me a little bit odd that one didn't follow the other. You're looking at it from, obviously looking at releasing Greenbelt to meet a local issue, but then telling me, well, actually, it's not necessarily why we've identified the site and released the Greenbelt. Perhaps you both just clarify that for me.
Right, well, I'll start. I know that to my left there'll be some further elaboration of this. So, obviously, the site selection criteria lead us to this site as being a candidate for allocation, and in this case, therefore, for removal of land from the Greenbelt. I think our caution around this point, if you like, and the way it's expressed in the written statement, might not be as clear as it perhaps could have been, but our caution around this harks back to a discussion we had in relation to one of the other sites where the question came, I think, from you, sir, again, as to, I can't remember, to be honest, as to whether or not we were dealing with enabling development.
Yes, that was...
And it was a Rochdale site.
Oh, it wasn't me then. Well, a few, wasn't me.
It wasn't you, in that case. There you are, my memory.
But I can't remember either, obviously.
And you'll recall, sir, that well, you might recall.
No, I wasn't. I was
Yes.
there. I remember now. Yes.
You'll recall that I made the point that under paragraph 208 of the framework, enabling development arises in relation to planning applications. It doesn't arise in relation to plan making, because in making a plan, one is setting out a policy framework which supports whatever the development is, whereas the essential concept of enabling development as a planning application comes in that is against policies and is granted on an exceptional basis because it would release funds to restore a listed building, for example. So we're nervous of that, particularly given some of the representations that have been made by Historic England, who have referred to various sites as being enabling development instances. We're very sort of cautious about, or we want to be very careful about the way this point is dealt with, so there isn't confusion. So I'll look to my left in a moment, but what we're seeking to emphasise here is that this site meets site selection criteria for the reasons we've explained, but in releasing it from the green belt, the fundamental objectives are yes, of course, to ensure that the listed building is restored, and that's an important point, but we're desperately trying to ensure that we don't lose sight of the fact that this is a significant number of new homes which are, on our work, needed, and that there is a major justification in public interest wrapped up in that. So the wider public interest is not to be conflated with simply and solely the restoration of the listed building. There's a much bigger picture here, but I'll just look to my left.
I think just to kind of elaborate slightly further on that, I suppose it was the specific points of your question, sir, that related to practical and viability, and that I suppose just caution around this being a point of enabling, and perhaps that led our thought process just to be clear that wasn't our point here, and hence I suppose the response that we provided in our matter statement around that. And that's why we've kind of said what we said in the matter statement. Because your point was raised in the concept of viability, and so that triggers. We're sensitive to this because of the representations made by Historic England, and you might not be anywhere near as sensitive to this as we are because of that point. But obviously, in an enabling development case and a planning application case, in relation to viability, as you'll know, I'm sure. In an enabling development case, one would look to see, well, what funds are required to restore the listed building, what's a reasonable developer's profit return, if you like. Is the amount of development you're putting forward, in effect, the least amount of development that's required, because you're against policy here, in order to secure the restoration of the listed building, or whatever it is, whatever the heritage asset is, plus make a reasonable return, and no more, because otherwise you've got an unjustified breach of policy. All of that debate is fascinating, but nothing to the point here. Our 440 dwellings are not related on a viability basis to how much money is needed to restore the listed
that's key,
building.
I think. That's
the point.
My obviously question, following through a logical progression on this is the housing absolutely necessary to, and the scale of housing necessary to secure the restoration of the heritage?
And that's walking straight into the trap of thinking about this as enabling development, which it isn't and can't be, because we're making a plan here. We are not dealing with a planning application which is justified on the basis of here's the minimum amount of housing to restore the listed building. That isn't the point at all. That is my whole point about this. That's why one has to be very careful about these concepts and understand them properly. So this is not enabling development. We are not saying 440 is the amount of development you need in order to restore the listed building. It will restore the listed building. It will release funds to restore the listed building. But the number of homes is not related to the restoration in that way. The number of homes, I strongly suspect, would be considerably fewer in relation to releasing funds for what it would be, in relation to releasing funds to restore the listed building. This is a wider public interest point about significant contribution to housing needs.
So your point is that not wanting to downplay it, but it's a complementary benefit or an indirect benefit of releasing this land for the other reasons being mentioned would also provide scope for the restoration of.
It is an important benefit in its own right, and it mustn't be downplayed, because this is a grade 2 star, so therefore an extraordinarily rare heritage asset. And grade 2 star buildings are, well, as you know, I mean, very, very rare. It's in a terrible state. Risk register category A, very bad. I mean, you've seen it. And its restoration would be a major public interest plus. There's no doubt about that. But my point is that this allocation is not driven exclusively or anything like exclusively by that. And that's because we must be careful not to conflate these points.
But sorry, just to take it back to my very first point, though, that without the listed building issues, the site may not have got through the door.
Exactly. It wouldn't have met site selection criteria as at the way in which it was looked at the time. That's right.
So, yeah.
It did meet site selection criteria because there's no doubting, there's no getting away from the fact that there is a Grade 2 star listed building which is in a terrible state and desperately needs to be restored, and it would be a huge public advantage to restore it, so there's no getting away from that. But yes, in a different world where there wasn't a Grade 2 star listed building falling to bits, it wouldn't have met site selection criteria number 7. But there is such a building, and therefore it did and does.
Okay. So yes, it's an interesting dynamic of iterations and things like that, which at least now I understand the position.
But
I'm
that's
sure.
our sensitivity about this, and it's a sensitivity which is driven by the representations made by Historic England, who, I'm afraid, as far as we're concerned, have not understood the point. But maybe their misunderstanding is entirely understandable. But I've just sought to explain it as clearly as I can.
I have other questions about Apethorn Farmhouse in relation to viability and in relation to the mechanics of how restoration would be achieved and so on. I'll leave those for the development requirement section. I think that covers my point. So yes, it covers my points. I think it is not the case. You're not making the case that the whole area needs to be released from the greenbelt to ensure that restoration. It is just providing the opportunity.
Absolutely, categorically not making that case.
Okay.
No.
Well, at least that's clear now. Okay, I'll open it up then to Save Apethorn. You don't mind if I just shorten it to Save Apethorn?
No, that's fine. It's just in relation to the point about enabling development. That was in the first variation of what's now Places for England. It was put forward as an enabling development because myself and David had to go to speak to when they did the consultations. We had to ask what's an enabling development. I'm just trying to find it. I will find it at some point this morning. But in the paper where they go through people's concerns, one of the statements says that it was objected to on the basis it was an enabling development, so therefore we've removed it as an enabling development. But you can't get away from the fact that that's why the site, in their words, was put forward in the first place. It might have changed now, but that was the reason why it was put forward. It was also suggested in an email from the planning officer at Tameside, which I can provide a copy of the email, when they made a planning application for the barn, the third planning application they made. I'll find the email in a minute, but it was Tameside Council that suggested it to the landowner, why don't you put this forward as an enabling development? It's had 3 different planning applications over the years. It was subject to a fire in the 90s. Only one of the buildings had a fire, which was quite severe. But it had been abandoned before then, so it's been vacant for over 40 years. At no point have Tameside Council ever taken any enforcement action to try and keep it in a relative decent state. The reason it's got in the state it has is because it's been neglected. And since they've neglected that farmhouse, they've moved into another farmhouse, which is on the main road, the A560, which again has been abandoned, subject to vandalism, and then they moved on to another farm. So the site's only in the state it is because of neglect. And whether or not Tameside Council had a duty of care to sort of protect it and take some enforcement action with the powers they have, it just seems to have been ignored. And now we get to the point where it's falling apart and something has to be done.
Okay, understood. I don't need the email. I think some of the points you've made, I think about planning applications, I'm aware of from statements. I think in terms of the general gist of what you're saying here. So I don't.
Just wanted to make sure that because it was put forward as an enabling development, so that's not accurate.
Oh, understood. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, sir. Just to add to my colleagues' comments here, Tameside Council actually did enforce a protection order, and they put up polypropylene sheeting, scaffolding around to protect the building after the roof was lost in the fire in the 1990s. I've got to say it's the best polypropylene I've ever seen in my life because it's still existent. In parts, it's a bit of a curate's egg, but that is all but gone now. The Crook Barn that dates back to the 1400s is completely tree-filled now. That has burst the polypropylene off. I would like to know why Tameside Council have not revisited it and said we need to replace this. And secondly, a planning application, I know it's planning, the barn was up for sale for £500,000 and full planning permission was granted to convert it into 4 dwellings. Now that didn't get off the ground. Just harping back to the viability of the building, I understand what Tameside Council have said, and it's clear to see that the building of like the 3-4 bedroom houses is a viable option here because they've speculated that building costs will be £1,000 per square metre and the sale price will be in excess of £3,000 per square metre. I say this is not places for everyone, it's profits for someone.
Okay, understood. I mean, that's a general... I'm not going to ask GMCA to get into the issues about enforcement action and making the building right, because
I'm just trying to fill out the history of the site.
That's helpful, but obviously that's a different process.
Yeah, it's quite ambiguous, isn't it? You'll agree. It started off life in OA25 as being the cornerstone of the reason, the enabling development was the principal reason for picking that site. And now it seems it's being kicked into the long grass.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Signs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just make a point, just quickly? There's 1.5 kilometres between Godley Green and Apethorn and Bowlaker. All the houses on the site selection, they're all around G-Cross.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chadwick.
Thank you. Yeah, just on the viability section, as Max has just alluded to there, and obviously as a councillor and a resident of the area, I know it very well. And approximately across Tameside, 90% of the properties are in Band A. The houses that they want to build at Apethorn Lane and Bowlaker is purely to increase the council tax base. That's been said at full council meetings, it's been said at Greenbelt meetings by former councillors. It's purely to increase the council tax base because, like I said, 90% of the houses in Tameside are Band A properties. When you've got 440 houses that they want to build at Apethorn and Bowlaker, equates to £28 million profit compared to the £4 million at Godley Green for 2,500 houses. It's some viability option there, and you can obviously see that that's why they want to build on that site, because the G-Cross is a more affluent area in Tameside. Thank you.
Just to take your point there and play devil's advocate a little bit. Obviously, if you're saying that 90% of the properties in that area are Band A, I'm not getting into the council, your suggestion about the council tax issue is one thing, but obviously what the GMCA have said is one of the reasons for delivering the housing there of that nature is because of that, I guess, because of the nature of the existing housing. It is all terraced housing and maybe Band A. So I think you're almost both saying the same thing, but the underlying reasoning is different, but the outcome is the same, isn't it? This housing is there because of the existing nature of the housing that exists.
I get that point, yeah, but 90% of the houses across the whole of Tameside are 90%, whereas the pockets of where they want to build, they're all in Hyde. All 2,750 homes are in Hyde alone, nowhere else in Tameside.
Okay, thank you. So, sorry, I'm not just to test the evidence. Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt.
Yeah, just to think about whether we're following for that point, are we following the money or are we following the evidence for housing need? Just wanted to... That's the point I wanted.
What do you think? Because there's no point. Don't ask questions. Tell me what your concerns are.
Well, my concerns are that we're not following the evidence for what kind of housing's needed, and that we should have more affordable housing, and we're following the money for council tax receipts versus the evidence for more affordable housing. That's my take on it.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else. Sorry. Yeah, but if we can try and get everything you want to say in one go, that'd be helpful.
To bring up the brownfield on site selection.
Well, we're talking about site selection as a whole. So, so actually, yes, it could be, because this is about the alternative locations, presumably, which has come up.
So, obviously, this is the latest Tameside Brownfield 2022 register. there is more than enough land on here to cover Apethorn and Bowlacre. There's 440 houses we're trying to cover here. If I was just to include the top 6 sites in Tameside, over 150 dwellings, that would be 1,631 dwellings. These sites were not included in the original, when the original plan came out in 2016 and 2018. These are new ones. They started off in December 2017 to March 2021, which is 3 years and 3 months. Windfall on the P4FE is not covered at all. From 2021 to 2037, 16 years, we can realistically expect a lot more brownfield sites to come up. Historically, they've consistently come up, and that would cover our site more than once. I mean, this, at the moment, it covers it 4 times over. For example, there's a site, 8-step 164, which will cover 600 houses. That's the 2022 one. That removes our site completely, and that's available to build right now. The other point I'd like to make is some of these sites are owned by the council. There's no reason why we can't build on these sites. It's brownfield, and it's good to go right now.
Okay, thank you. That's a familiar argument that's been put forward both on Greenbelt terms and general site selection. I'll merge those into 2 if you like. So it is a relevant point for this section. We are talking about site selection and principle. So but it is a point we're aware of. It's not just a land south of Hyde point that's been made. It's most if not all of the allocations. So thank you. Any other points? I say Greater Manchester Greenbelt. Is your sign up for a... Thank you. Matters relating to other matters where you might consider matters of principle in relation to traffic and biodiversity and heritage, the mechanics of heritage, we'll pick up under development requirements. So I think I'll leave that for there because I think we'll get to all the other points as we go through. So anything you wish to say?
Just 2 points of clarification. Just in case you made note and came back to it later and wondered, so the percentage of properties in council tax bands A and B in Tameside is 70%, well just over 70.5%. It's not 90% in band A, it's 70.5 in A and B. Just as a point of clarification. And in fairness to the gentleman who made the point that the site here was originally put forward as enabling development, it is right that in the 2016 draft GMSF, so 2016, there was a reference to enabling development that was removed as a result of representations made, amongst others, by, would have been English Heritage at that stage. And since 2016, the position has been, as I've explained.
And I think we know your position on alternative sites, so...
Absolutely. Well, I wasn't going to rise to the bait, to be quite frank. We've had an extensive discussion before Christmas about that, sir, and you'll understand why we say we need to look to the green belt.
Yes.
And why all the points that have been made by the gentleman have been taken into account. And as far as we're concerned, there's still a need to go to the green belt. But we've been through all of that before Christmas. You'll tell us in due course whether you accept that or do not accept it.
Indeed. Obviously, we are looking at the side, so it's inevitable some of these points will come up again, and it's very fair that they do, but rest assured we're aware of them. So what I'm going to do then, I think, is move through onto the development requirements and go through each of the criteria in turn. And again, we can pick up this, sorry. Yes, this document, yep. Which way and I say any, not just in terms of the wording, the policy, but if there are particular issues of principle that you're concerned about which relate to these criteria, it's a good time to address them. I think we've talked about the change that's been proposed to the Greenbelt boundary. I now understand that, so I don't need to worry about that. So we'll move straight on to criterion 1. And criteria, I think I'll deal with 1 and 2 together. As submitted, 1 and 2 set out the required, construct around 440 new homes, and then alongside that, criterion 2 sets out the requirements for affordable housing. the suggested change is to basically combine those criteria, but I think apart from removing the split, they would amount to the same outcome. Is that fair?
That amounts to the same outcome across the board because the council's current affordable housing requirement is as set out in the struck through text, and obviously this is trying to future-proof the position because the plan period is long. We're at a moment in time now, and we're seeking to ensure that the reference to affordable housing is as in accordance with the council's affordable housing requirements.
And this is one where there was no split, no requirement set out anyway in terms of the no percentage, so this was always going to rely on the requirement in the local plan. Just remind me what that is.
Well, there was originally currently 15%.
Oh, sorry, beg pardon.
My
Yes, sorry.
misunderstanding,
No,
sorry.
no, yes, sorry.
Exactly.
My mistake. I was the split. Yes,
And
does
the
say 15%. Taking that out, what is the current split? Remind me what Tameside's position is?
The position is as was stated, but as it's been outlined, that really this is to provide more flexibility because obviously that could change.
Sorry, what I mean, I'm not explaining myself very well. What is the requirement in the local plan? Is it 15%? Would it be 15% anyway?
That's what's just...
Yeah.
So I'm guessing I'm
and
confusing myself.
That's fine. And the split would be 60% affordable rented and 40% home ownership, affordable home ownership.
So as was written originally, but as I've said, this is seeking to ensure that should those requirements change and should we be dealing with a planning application, post a change to affordable housing requirements set at local plan level, new local plan level, then, we wouldn't want this to in some way get in the way of that.
And again, I always try to compare and contrast the different things because we've got different approaches in different areas. The issue yesterday was that the 15% had been derived from viability assessment.
Totally different. Yeah,
so in this case, it's not that the 15% has been derived from the it's your approach anyway. So
nothing to do with viability. Yeah. There's a considerable amount of money which arises from this proposed allocation.
Okay, those two criteria then. Any points? Save Apethorn.
Sorry, Dan. I'll be very quick.
No, let's do it as I
it's
said.
a very quick one.
I'm going to go down the table. So save Apethorn first, and then come to you.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fine.
Thanks.
Just to clarify a point, really. This is not the same document that went out to consultation. Can you just explain for me? Obviously, this master plan has been ongoing for a while, and then a week before we found ourselves here, it changes substantially. This is not the document that was put out for consultation. We've been told all along, this is it, this is the plan. And then for the goalposts, not only to be moved about how the site was selected, but then the different characteristics of the plan. It just seems...
I'll let James explain.
Thank you, sir. Well, the way it works is that the gentleman's right. The plan as published several months ago is a plan which is under examination, but when the inspectors come to look at, for example, this proposed allocation with the requirements which are set out in the published plan, there's a discussion about the justification for each item. Should each item in the policy be reworded? Is it necessary, etc., etc.? And what we do as a body, GMCA, the 9 authorities, is to consider in advance of the session whether on reconsideration, further reflection and so on, any of the items need to be changed, or we recognise there are a need for changes. And it's been established as part of the procedures of these hearings that we publish any such changes on the Friday before the week of the sessions in question. Now, in terms of consultation, obviously, I take the point that means that, for example, your good selves would have seen this, very closely, these hearing sessions. But if I can just explain, if the inspectors, in considering this allocation, decide that it's a sound allocation, so it remains in the plan, and they decide that the wording should change from the wording set out in the published plan, then all of those changes would be published as what are called main modifications, and they would go through a formal statutory, required by law, public consultation process. So you will have a full opportunity in due course to make all your representations about whatever the wording is that the inspectors decide should be considered to be sound for this allocation. And then the inspectors would decide whether, for example, having read all of those consultation responses, this would be a few months down the line, obviously, whether or not there should be further hearing sessions, so, we'll be back here again, or whether they think that the points can be dealt with sufficiently by them considering the written statements that have been submitted, the written points that have been submitted. So there's no consultation difficulty here, because what we're doing here is we're giving you, in effect, an advanced sight of what we think is required to make the policy, read better, to make it more effective. That's not to say, because, we're not the inspectors. GMCA are just putting forward these ideas. The inspectors would tell us in due course what they think of them. And depending on the outcome of that, as I've said, changes will be fully consulted on through a main modification process. That's with the public at large. And the inspectors will have all of those consultation responses and decide procedurally what to do for further discussion of those points.
Thank you. One thing that was particularly made clear is that we're still examining the plan as submitted. So the plan that you're referring to, February 2020, is the document we are assessing. I'm using this because obviously, as Mr. Getkoff said, these are the councils, GMCA councils have decided that having the benefit of 9 weeks of discussion, these are some of the things that have been discussed, and they're trying to, if you like, be helpful in things. But we are. So I'm using this because it's there. We should talk about the changes if they are necessary. But I'm starting from the point of view that our questions are these changes necessary to make the plan sound from what is in the submitted plan? I'm also assessing what's in the submitted plan at the same time, if you like. So it's a change like these you might say is not important, but others you'll see they've suggested deleting them. I have to consider, well, is it necessary to delete them, and actually look at the criteria in the first place to see if that was sound in the first place. So I understand the point. It is confusing, but the plan you're talking about is the plan we are assessing. So with that, any comments on criterion 1 and 2, either as originally drafted or as proposed to be changed? Mr. Morton.
I just want to draw attention to what seems to me like a very large inconsistency of what has been said to us. We were told a short time ago that the focus, the identified need for housing for these sites was in the 3-4 bedroom high price bracket. And then we're subsequently told that 15% of it will be split 60-40 between affordable and ownership. But then the caveat is subject to viability. Now, clearly, I think these two choices do not sit happily together. If you're looking for high-value housing, and then you're saying we can put some low-value housing in there, subject to viability, it's going to fail on the viability test. Because the precedent is that is exactly what happened with the college site, which was 40 houses, was supposed to be a split of housing across the range, 1, 2, 3, 4 bedroom houses. All they built were 4 and 5 bedroom houses because viability dictated it. That's my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to come back on that at all?
Well, you'll know the viability work is assessed the site, including affordable housing, at the council standard rate, which is a 15%.
Okay, again, obviously, I'm going to go on what the policy says. So the policy says it should be 15% affordable housing. Subject to viability is in other policies relating to affordable housing as well. So again, it's fairly standard, but I take the point. Thank you. So I'll move on then to criterion 3, which is ensuring garden city principles are enshrined throughout. We had a discussion about this in relation to Godley Green, for people who weren't there, and whether or not obviously the appropriateness of that, whether or not the policy, in the remainder of the policy, if you like, actually already enshrined the principles of Garden City principles, and whether or not it was sufficiently clear what those principles were, and whether or not, therefore, the policy or the reason justification needed to include them. Maybe anything you wish to say about that, Mr. Getkowski?
Well, yes, briefly, and I'll see whether there's anything that to my left that there's a desire to add, but just it's really a reprise of the discussion we had the other day. So Garden City principles, what are they? Good question. And then the framework refers to Garden City principles without explaining what on earth Garden City principles are. There is a Town and Country Planning Association publication explaining what Garden City principles are. We made a change, if you'll recall, to the other site that involved these principles to introduce a footnoted reference in the supporting text to the document in question. I'm just checking to see whether we've done that here for this one. If we haven't, then if this stays, if this reference stays, then we would need to ensure the supporting text refers to the document in question, the Town and Country Planning Association document in question. There are, from memory, 9 principles. If I remember that rightly, there are 9 Garden City principles. Your question the other day was the extent to which the policy itself picks up the pertinent points from those principles, and as we're in very sycophantic mode today, so that's a very good question.
I don't think you have to be in sycophantic mode to say ask the odd good question. It's just generally the case.
It's the highest form of praise. It's a very good question and query whether there's anything particular in those 9 principles that we really need to address, quite apart from the points which are made specifically in this allocation policy. I'll just look to my left to see whether there's anything that anyone wants to add as to why we've got this reference here, and does it actually add anything to the detailed points which are made in the rest of the policy?
Sorry to interrupt, but just before you do that, I suppose the logical extension is that Garden City principles tend to, there's a reason why I can, Godley Green, it is called Godley Green Garden Village. There's a reason why you've done that. Is there any particular reason that this is a garden? It's not a garden. Is it a garden city?
Well, it's only not a garden city, but it's 440. Yeah. I mean, there are actually towns which are smaller than 440, believe it or not.
Well, quite,
the smallest town is 300 odd, I think.
Well, let's not get into that. But again, have you put this in here for a particular reason, or is this could this apply to any site if you're applying it here?
Yeah, noted on that point, and I do apologise because there should be a footnote referencing the TCPA guidance on the matter. And also, in addition to that specific reference, I mean, if you look on the TCPA website, there is guidance on how this applies at a smaller scale as well. So I don't think it's exclusive to large-scale developments. It's more about presenting delivery of a successful, sustainable place. And it could be that it is covered by policies that are in thematic policies or other parts of the policy that are in JPA 32. But I think it's about delivering good quality, sustainable places, and that's what we wanted to highlight through including that policy reference.
Okay, thank you. Save Apethorn?
Yeah, it's just in relation to the Garden City principles. I think it fails on quite a few of the different limbs of the principles. The land value capture for the benefit of the community. We're not going to benefit anyway of additional housing. Obviously, the vision and leadership will each have different views on that. Community ownership, the community won't be owning anything really. It'll all be private houses or private landlords. Mixture of tenure of homes and housing types that are genuinely affordable. Obviously, part of the amendments are seeking to water that down further. A wide range of local jobs. There's no employment planned or any additional. There's no shops or anything that have been, or any workplaces that will be added to the site. Obviously, beautiful and imaginatively designed zones is individual, and we'll all have our own views on that. Development that enhances the natural environment. It's quite pretty at the minute. I'm not sure how building on it will further enhance that. Cultural, recreational and shopping facilities in walkable, vibrant social neighbourhoods. We've got nothing like that. And looking at the plans, I don't think there's any going forward, I don't think they'll be including any of them things. Integrated and accessible transport systems.
We've got them already.
We've got them already. And the thing that I want to highlight is not everyone wants to cycle to work. In an ideal, we're not in Holland. In an ideal world, people would, but I think the overemphasis on cycle paths. For example, not everyone has the shower facilities when they get to work to be able to cycle into work and things like that. So yeah, I think it fails on quite a few aspects of that.
Okay, thank you. Blue Man.
Just very briefly on this, sir, I think from our perspective, we understand the principles behind why the GMCA have referenced this. This has been a, it's a site which, certainly when we've been involved, has been landscape-led in terms of, illustrative master planning and design. I would agree there are some principles in there that don't immediately sit very comfortable in the context of, it's a site that will deliver housing, and, the point made about local jobs is obviously at odds with that to an extent. Local jobs could be obviously used during construction, but I guess you get into a grey area in terms of how relevant that is. In short, it may well be that some flexibility is worked into the wording of the specific reference so that we can meet the points that are relevant, and ones that are not can just fall away.
Okay, thank you. I think in this there seemed to be a difference between the reference to it here and the reference to it for the other day. Are there any views?
Well, sir, I would anticipate that you may well recommend to us that we should look at these principles and decide which are particularly relevant to the allocation, and to the extent that there are particularly relevant principles in relation to the allocation, and they should be specifically set out in the allocation rather than this overarching reference, if you like, to the garden city principles, which, I take the point. I mean, it's obvious some of them would not apply. So in this particular instance, in contrast to the other site we discussed the other day. So I think it would be sensible, frankly, for there to be some advice in due course telling us to decide which of the 9 are particularly pertinent, and to the extent they're not already picked up elsewhere in the policy, to spell them out rather than have this, if you like, generic reference.
Okay, thanks. We'll just do criterion 4, then we'll have a break. So criterion 4 is, again, a fairly standard criterion in relation to most of the allocations, which would require a comprehensive master plan, phasing strategy and design code. Developed through, there is an issue about consistency of wording of this approach between councils, but I don't think the point is I have no particular question. I understand the point. The only thing, I guess, in terms we have discussed now again is the phasing strategy. Some sites have needed one, some sites haven't. This one is needed because different plots, perhaps. Is that the reason why?
Different plots, scale, different plots, and also, of course, we'll come to it, but the restoration of the
restoration. Yeah, well, quite important. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Chadwick.
Thank you. It's more in respect of the engagement with the local communities within the point 4. We've been in various consultations since October 2016, and quite frankly, it's been a whitewash by the council from day one. Nothing on the site has changed. Residents' points have been ignored on multiple consultations. 1,800 plus residents objected in the original GMSF. Tameside have never looked at the Greenbelt objectively. It's all about increasing the council tax base, as I said earlier. And as you may be aware from the previous meeting regarding Godley Green, Brenda Warrington, the then council leader, for the majority of the consultation period, at full council last February, said in regards to Godley Green that she will be the first one on the bulldozer to destroy Godley Green, you mark her words. The process from the start has been landowner and developer-led. Meetings have been continuously ongoing with the developers, yet nothing with the community unless it's been compulsory. Millions of pounds have been spent getting it to this stage with not a single thought about the community who don't want it. The opinion from the very start has been that this will be happening. For example, none of the public drop-in events for Apethorne Lane and Bowlacre...
I know you've got a statement to read out. We've had a session before Christmas about whether or not the consultation engagement has been in line with SCI. I don't want to go into that again, because obviously this criterion is, if you like, from the point of adoption onwards. So what's gone in the past isn't really necessarily in relation to this criteria. I understand the concerns people have about the engagements taking place, but it's not really speaking to this point. So, yeah.
It's just because it was in the
But
respect of the point.
if you think
there,
about
that's
if you
all,
think about it in terms of there's been engagement up to this point, there'll be the policy requires engagement after this point once it's adopted.
Yeah.
As I said to someone the other day, I won't be here. But the policy is the policy, and that's I've got to expect it will be done.
It's just obviously to make the point as well that none of the residents were consulted. That's the point we're obviously trying to make, and the residents themselves made the actual consultations themselves when they held their own meeting in the village because the council provided nothing
I
for them.
understand the point, but it's not speaking directly to this issue.
Fair comment.
Is that another new point by Save Apethorn? Quickly.
Yeah, it's just in relation to the phasing, because this, in the first couple of versions of the GMCF Places for Everyone, this was billed as a site immediately available, which can be delivered in advance of, say, Godley Green Garden Village. And now we appear to be talking about phasing. That one of the key factors that made this included, the reason why this was included, sorry, was that it's good to go and they can break, they were selling it, they can break ground pretty quickly. Now it looks like it's being phased into the plan. There's also references in the traffic reports that the full development won't be ready until 2040, which is the end of the plan, which contradicts one of the main reasons why the site was included in the plan in the first place.
Okay. We might come on to some of that more under the viability bit, I think. Rather than the point about this, but I guess if I was trying to bring it back to the point of the thing, it would be a question mark whether it needs a phasing strategy, really, I suppose.
No, because it's the phasing strategy that makes it out like it won't be done. It was billed as this can be delivered pretty quickly in advance of the larger sites.
I suspect a phasing strategy doesn't mean to say that can't be the case. You could start the phases could start at any time, but okay, I'll let GMCA come back.
There is to say, in response to that, to be quite frank, a phasing strategy does not mean that the bringing forward of the site would be delayed. It means it would be brought forward in phases. The phases can be relatively quickly one after the other.
Okay.
Sorry, just to support that point, that given the number of houses proposed, that actually that it would be split into a number of phases. So just understanding how that sequences out with infrastructure is really quite important.
Yeah. Okay, I understand the points. I'm going to take a break now until 25 past, and we'll come back because we're just on the cusp. So we'll come back a bit longer. So we'll have 25 past and then come back. So thank you, everybody. Okay, it's 11:25 and not a minute sooner, so we'll make a start. We got to criterion 5, which refers to taking an integrated and coordinated approach to infrastructure to support the scale of the whole development. It's been suggested to be removed. Is that because it's covered by 4 in your minds? Or,
Yes,
or
sorry.
thematic?
Yes. It would be picked up by the comprehensive master plan and phasing strategy as far as we're concerned, and also, of course, there are thematic policies concerning infrastructure contributions.
I mean, this is quite a, if I look at the as submitted, it is a relatively high level criterion, isn't it? It's not very specific. It is will solve all the ails us, kind of.
That's right, and so yes, as you said to the gentleman who raised this point earlier on, you'll consider the plan is submitted. We think that, as you know, we think a number of these words, a number of these statements don't need to be here because they're covered better in other policies in the plan, and or in this particular instance because of the reference to the phasing strategy and the comprehensive master plan in item 4. But your advice is in due course.
Yes.
Obviously, it was in the published plan, so we were content with it. So
Yes, well, that's the point. If there's got to be a reason to take it out. I understand your reasoning for taking it out. Save Apethorn on criterion 5.
Yeah, do you think it's best to cover things like transport and infrastructure at this point?
This is more confusing because this is a bit of a catch-all criterion, isn't it? So it could cover a range of things. I think when we get to in the suggested changes, there is a point at which I think it's criterion 14, or after criterion 14, which is specific reference to transport. I think we'll pick up transport and anything relating to public transport accessibility and all of that when we get to there. I think that's it.
Can I just mention, sorry, I do apologise, I forgot to mention it just before the break. In relation to the Garden City principles, it's my understanding, I might be wrong, that it's all or nothing. You can't just cherry pick individual sections. They come as a package and are non-negotiable.
Okay, I think yes. That would be my understanding. I think the point would be, as you made the point, as others made the point, I think Mr. Katkowski perhaps accepted there were some of those principles were not necessarily
Thanks. I didn't know if you could
applicable.
Sort of cherry pick.
So I don't think it'd be a case of saying these are the bits of the Garden City principles. Yeah. We always have to caveat this was if a change is proposed. Yeah. It wouldn't be said these are the bits of the Garden City principles we like. I think it would be what of the Garden City principles would apply. Yeah. So the for the sake of argument, development that enhances the natural environment. You may debate that whether you agree with that or not, but would that fall into something that's already in there, or a form of words that could be put in the policy which actually seeks to achieve that aim? But if it's recognised that there is no employment land developed this, then it doesn't meet that. So is that your understanding of? Have I got it right?
You have.
Good. Okay. But on criterion 5 specifically.
Yeah, is this the best time to deal with the flooding concerns with infrastructure?
There isn't. I don't think there is a criterion about flooding, is there?
No, there's not. That's the.
Yeah,
the
I think what I'll do is like for any other business on missing, what might be perceived as missing criteria. I think because again, I think on the Tuesday, I think it was pointed out that it's a Tameside idiosyncrasy that they haven't referred to, but we can decide whether or not they should have done or not.
Sorry, just excuse me. Oh, right. Sorry, that's in the justification, but we'll get to it when it's any other
We'll
business.
get to it.
Yeah, sorry to confuse things.
No, I think partly because this is such a high-level criterion covering a whole range of things, it's inevitable that in fact, indeed, one of my questions is it's covering a wide range of things, but is it doing anything by just having this? So it is difficult to know where to pick some of these points up. So, but anyway, you won't leave the room unless you've said what you want to say within reason. So, okay, thank you. So if nothing on that, I'll move on then to criterion 6, which is about ensuring the architecture is innovative and creative while respecting and integrating the surrounding landscape. Now, I think, again, this is a familiar theme. This is a general point. I suppose just thinking out loud about the Garden City principle issue that you talk about, if that is the essence of what might be in those principles, then is maybe something you may want to think about keeping. But
we might, but on the other hand, the point in number 6 is caught by one of the overarching or thematic policies in Places for Everyone, quite apart from national policy, which obviously as each new edition of the framework comes out, talks more and more about beautiful development. So,
but your suggestion of removing it is not a suggestion that it is in some way you're not looking for high quality, innovative and creative development. It's just that you feel it's better dealt with through other policies.
Dealt with elsewhere in the plan and indeed in other policies. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just to clarify, obviously it's quite concerning for existing residents because this site is bordered by a lot of existing properties, and it just feels like our protection is being slowly eroded away regards to integrating it with existing houses. And the more it gets watered down, once it passes this stage and it's removed from Greenbelt, we've got a bigger fight on our hands because there's less protection afforded. So it just feels like our concerns are being sort of gradually chipped away at, and they won't. But I've said my piece.
And this is because of the suggested removal. So you're content. Whenever I say this, I always recognise you don't want to see that. But you're content if that line, that criterion is you're basically should, if it's going to be allocated, then that criterion should remain because it provides that degree of comfort. Okay, understood. And similarly. Sorry.
On to 7, sir.
Unless you want to come back on. No. I thought. Yeah. 7 is a similar point.
Same as above. Yeah.
Yeah. The issue here, I guess, is again that you've got existing. Obviously, there is an interface. It isn't a general theme here. It's not. Obviously, there is that interface between existing. I'm not sure whether it would be here or elsewhere where we're picking up the issues of things like obviously the quite pronounced slope and the prominence of any development on that slope and the landscape impacts and whether that would be picked up here or elsewhere. Maybe you just want to pick up on that.
I was just going to say, I think in terms of the change in elevation on the site, that's picked up in policy point 9.
Yes. Yeah, okay.
And just going back to the others, I'd say that most of those are broadly covered by JPP1, Sustainable Places.
And criterion 7 does also talk about including the setting of heritage assets, but then there are other
we deal with
criteria relating to heritage assets. So I understand your position. Again, it's something we
don't mind either way.
They don't mind either way. But is it a similar point from you?
It's just regarding the heritage asset, really. It's a farm, so you don't tend to get farms in the middle of housing estate. So I just make the point that the proposals aren't in keeping with the asset itself and what it was originally designed for.
Okay. I've made that point. Obviously, when we come back onto some of the criteria, which are very specific about Apethorn Farmhouse, then that point's been made. Sort of in here. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, I've got an interest in this because I live on the interface between the new and the existing. I would like to know, if that is taken away, what is the protection that I would receive if that is not specifically listed in this document? Ensuring that the edges, I'm moving on to point 8 now, ensure the development edges successfully integrate into the adjoining landscape. Now, with regard to, basically, you visited the site, you understand it, it's a ribbon development along Apethorn Lane, so there's a broad frontage of houses that directly overlook this development. So the impact on those houses will be massive. So it's important, I think, to know what this integration will amount to. And I think it should be left in.
Okay, understood. And I think fair enough on 8, it's a very similar point that 7 and 8 are very, very similar. So I think we can take those together. Thank you. Understand they're both positions. Nothing else you wish to add? It's something that is very much something for me to take away and decide what needs to be done, if anything. It may well be they stay as it is.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we'll move on then to 9, which is deliver. Unless anyone's got anything on 8, but I think 7 and 8 are very much similar. So on to 9, deliver low density development as the site elevation increases towards the eastern most extent of Lord Derby Road. Yes, sorry. there is a point here, obviously, about the changing levels and the very pronounced slope. One point I did want to pick up as a matter of, if you like, overall principle here, it's a good time to be, is about landscape impact and character impact and how you've assessed that as being acceptable with that, particularly views from the, get my compasses right, views from the west, looking east. Is that right? Yeah. Or, sorry, west looking east. Yeah, yeah. If the map was the right way around. So anyway, how you've taken that into account.
I mean, just in terms of, I mean, the key piece of evidence for us in looking at this was the LUC GM landscape character and sensitivity assessment. That piece of work, actually, I think it's probably one of the few sites where it's split between two different areas or types and sub-areas that fit within those. So it sits within the incised urban fringe valleys on the western side, and then Pennine Foothills brackets Dark Peak on the eastern side. And then beneath those types sit two areas. So one is the River Tame and the other is Lodworth Moor. The Lodworth Moor one is actually also split between another character type, but that's not relevant to this site because it's quite distant from that area. In terms of sensitivity, the work looked at the impact of 2 to 3 story residential buildings. So in the assessment, it'll say what the sensitivity of those areas is to that form of development, and it came out at moderate for both. But under the Lodworth Moor one, it does say that that there are issues where those sort of views, etc., are vulnerable to that sort of presence of built form. So that was the rationale for that part of the policy, sir.
But would it be the case that even low density development it's still development, isn't it? So if it's sensitive, does it matter if it might be a reduced impact, but it's still going to be an impact? And is that been deemed acceptable, appropriate, and can it be controlled?
Yeah, I mean that's the sort of premise of that part of the policy. So obviously having lower density within that sort of, I mean, I wouldn't envisage 3-story buildings on the site in any case because it wouldn't seem pragmatic that they would be delivered. So realistically, we'd be looking at 1 to 2. And given the topography, I mean, I'm not a landscape expert on this, but there's probably an opportunity to actually, make that sort of housing blend into the landscape more in terms of using the topography as well.
It's not unusual in my experience that where there is an issue where building height, I mean, density is dwellings per hectare, but obviously if building height is a particular issue, or indeed sometimes it can be materials, that a policy will actually refer to that. So I guess would there be, in terms of effectiveness of this policy, in terms of addressing the issues that you've highlighted and sensitivity, whether there'd be any scope to actually be looking at building heights as a criterion as well as density?
Absolutely, yes, we'll take that on board. That's a good point to make, actually, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Save Apethorn on criteria 9. Well, also I need obviously landscape impacts if you want to talk about them.
Yeah, this part of the site is quite unique because it directly adjoins a country park. So if the green belt was to be taken away and it's developed up to the edge of Werner Flow Country Park, there is obviously there's no merging because it's not 2 towns, but the difference between the country park and the developments can get confused. So from Werner Flow, the views, it possibly risks the natural setting of the country park if you're going to build right up to it, because the country park is not the it's not the aim of a country park to stop urban sprawl, if that makes sense.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Thank you, sir. Right. We're talking about residential development as the site, as the elevation increases. I would just like to point out that the slope of the land increases right from the River Tame right the way up to the top of Werner Flow. And from our perspective, where we live on the lane, when we look to the east, we currently see a high bank, and it's equally applicable for the density with regard to Apethorn Lane, as well as Bowlaker. You know, so I think that is a significant thing that needs to be looked at. And furthermore, as Dan has said, taking that development up to Lord Derby Road, that will be well visible on the skyline from the A560. So what is left of the view of Wernethlow Country Park, since the building on the college site is very limited, and that will definitely impinge on the general openness of that part, our part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Blue Mantle.
Just to point out, really, that we did go into quite a bit of detail around landscape and visual impacts in our supporting framework document. Just a couple of points I'd make here is, overall, we felt that in terms of landscape impacts and visual impacts, they were both minor adverse. We looked at the view from Wernethlow Country Park as well, and obviously you're quite a distance away from a couple of the key vantage points that we picked out within the particular views. The other point I'd like to make is, within the design suggestions within our evidence, within our framework, we actually retained all of the landscape features within the site, and actually the sort of network of planting that exists all the way through the site does also serve to screen development, and we've put a montage in there which looks at what those impacts would be over a period of time.
Okay, I'm going to give some thought when I go through, unless we pick it up to what you've just said about if there's any criterion here about retaining. Again, it's not unusual, is it, to have policies about retaining landscape features. It's not unusual to have it in this plan. So something for me to think about. Mr. Morton.
Just to clarify what Blue Mantle have just stated of screening this development with trees, this may well be true when viewing the development from the top of Wernethlow downwards. But it's certainly not the case that any screening could take away the fact that Wernethlow is visible from the A560. So the trees will be beyond the development, and they would equally mask the park. And something else I would just like to say at this point, which I shall return to when drainage applies, the water table of Wernethlow, given this downward slope relentlessly towards the River Tame, impinges on the heavy clay soils and the water runoff from Wernethlow, and with evidence when we come to that point. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. GMCA.
Just on a point of reference, I'm not sure whether from the papers you have available to you, but you probably would have seen this on your site visits, you know, exactly where the country park is, because the impression might have been given, I'm sure it wasn't intentional, that the country park was, if you like, at the foot of this site, you know, on the other side of Lord Derby Road. The country park is a little distance to the northeast, but I don't know whether you would have, you know, seen that, so to speak, on your site, on your little site tour, the other, you know, whenever.
Just in terms of the suggestion, maybe one for you, the suggestion that the criterion 9 ought to relate to Apethorn Lane as well, because of it's not just the area referred to, that this would apply. Any views on that?
Just looking at in terms of the sort of intervisibility and that sort of relationship. Yes, I take the point. I mean, there is obviously that sort of vista that runs through the site from Apethorn, but I think the aim of the policy is to try and mitigate against that impact, and certainly, you know, Lord Derby Road itself, which is that eastern end of the site, does have higher ground behind it, so it's not actually doesn't actually form a ridge line at that specific point. So it's I wouldn't say that you know, taking into account adding in a criterion that maybe does limit the height of the buildings or sort of stories of the buildings, and having lower density would address that issue.
Sorry, but the Apethorn Lane point about the topography there, does that justify a lower density because of the the point made by Mr. Morton was that there are topographical issues near Apethorn Lane as well as Lord Derby Yes, Lord Derby Road, which would justify the same approach.
Well, looking at it from the perspective of the character types, that's falls within the different character types. That's the River Tame part, and it doesn't really pick up on, certainly, I mean, that would be down to a detailed design issue at the point of, assessing an application, rather than actually looking at it from a sort of higher level through the landscape character type approach.
Okay, understood. Again, I've been. I can. If I need to go again, I can take all that into account. Understand the points. Thank you. That's all very helpful. So we'll move on then to criteria. Oh, sorry, no. Before I go on to criterion 10, is the point that was just made by Blue Mantle about they are intending to retain all of these landscape features or amount of landscape features. It may well be. I was saying this in the break, the yellow and red sometimes is slightly blinding, and I can't necessarily pick out, but whether or not, in line with some of the other allocations, whether that is something that the nature of this site, if it's not picked up in one of these general points, would be something that would be, in terms of mitigating impacts, worthy of, I think, consideration.
Well, we had that partly in number 21, which we've deleted because of that thematic point that we've discussed. So, if as and when we get to number 21, we can.
Beg your pardon. I'm jumping the gun for once.
Not at all. No, that's well. It's a good thing to do, sir.
Okay. So we'll now move on then to criterion 10, and I think we'll pick up 12 as well, because I think 10 and 12 have been.
And 11 perhaps as well. While we're
sorry,
at
Andy,
this.
11. Yes,
Yeah.
10. Yes, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
Pick up issues relating to designated and yesterday was a very long day. I do apologise. Non-designated assets and their settings includes criterion 10 included grade 2 listed Apethorn Farmhouse and grade 2 Polebank Hall, and then criterion 12 was specific about the restoration. And within an early phase, I think the intention, we'll put 11 to slightly to one side, but the intention, there's a new criterion being suggested, which sort of merges these 2 points, I think. So sustain, enhance designated and non-designated heritage assets in their settings, and then part of that still including the delivery of sensitive restoration and long-term future of the farmhouse within an early phase of development, so as to facilitate its removal from the heritage at-risk register. So I think just the outcome again, I guess from reading that, the outcome similar, same.
The outcome is the same really, because forgive me, I'll just excuse me for one moment. The outcome's the same, but we have, as you know, we have thematic policies on the subject as well, and of course national policy is very extensive in relation to heritage issues. So. Yes, as it was originally, or as it is now, it's seeking to capture the same points. And just trying, in a way, a lot of these changes are just trying to make the plan read in a more logical, clearer fashion, which you might disagree with in due course. That's what we've achieved.
Yeah, I mean the wording of anything relating to the sustain and enhance part is obviously we've always got these sort of issues about how that relates to statutory requirements and national policy. I think in this case, presumably because part of the whole point of this is to enhance. That would be why that's.
This is probably a I don't know about unique, but it's certainly an unusual example of where enhance undoubtedly is appropriate. Because, as you know, in site selection terms, we wouldn't be here were it not for this. So.
What we have in criterion 12. As submitted, is deliver the sensitive restoration long-term future of the grade 2 star listed Apethorn Farmhouse. In your suggested change, it's including the delivery of sensitive restoration long-term future. Is there no particular difference in?
No, forgive me, I didn't mean to talk across. I'm so sorry. The way we've sought to bring the points together in what we hope is a clearer fashion in a new text, rather than having it spread over a number of points. We've sought to collect them together, if you like. So, yeah, we're not trying to water anything down. Quite the opposite.
And within an early phase of development, We've had this before. It's again a phrase that's used oft in the plan. Usually, I would say the earliest phase development, because it's obviously an infrastructure requirement where it's, you know, you can't deliver more than X before you've delivered Y. Whereas in this case, it's presumably the house can be delivered without the restoration or with it. So this is all linking back to the whole point of it being in the plan or getting through.
The whole point
part,
of getting...
part of, I take your point, part of the justification for being in the plan.
Yeah, we can...
So sorry, I suppose the point I'm thinking through in my mind is the justification for requiring that as a requirement of development. Whether and also whether it's actually feasible to do that is all in control of the developer.
Right. Well, ownership. I mean, virtually the entire site is in one ownership, save for a bit towards Lord Derby Road, as I understand it. So ownership and control isn't an issue. Is it justified, if you like, to, well, obviously, site selection criteria, we're at this site because of this point. It's one of the major public benefits of the allocation as we see it, and so it's 100% justified to insist that if this allocation's made, that the Grade 2 star listed building is restored. As for an early phase, well, we've had this conversation on other sites, obviously, where this terminology is used. I mean, an early phase doesn't necessarily mean the first phase. It means what it says. I mean, so, you know, phase 1, phase 2, I mean, depending on how many phases there are, would be an early phase. So, and we're content with it as it is, but you'll tell us in due course whether you agree.
Okay. And picking up the point that was made earlier about, I suppose, you know, reasonable prospect of a scheme coming forward which could achieve, you know, the policy aim of sustaining and enhancing the heritage assets. The point made, obviously, that this is a heritage asset which is currently adjacent to open fields, it's a farmhouse, and then how that would react to that or be considered in terms of a housing estate, and whether, I guess, how you will ensure that those assets are conserved or enhanced.
Well, there are 2 points here. So there are 2 points. Obviously, fundamentally, in heritage cases, what counts is the heritage significance, the heritage interest of the asset here, Grade 2 in particular, a Grade 2 star listed building. And the primary driver here, obviously, is the restoration in relation to heritage, is the restoration of the listed building, the asset itself. And as for whether that's feasible or not, there's a track record here with working together with Historic England as was, the local authority in Historic England, providing support and guidance in relation to the restoration of the listed building. That led to the grant of a now lapsed planning consent and listed building consent in 2017 for the restoration and change of use of the farmhouse, etc., and its combination barn. So, you know, there's a track record here. We know it can be done, if you like, that there can be sensitive restoration. As for the setting of the listed building, well, patently, depending on where the development is on the wider site, that will or won't have a degree of impact on the setting of the Grade 2 star listed building. The question then becomes, well, what's the impact of that on the heritage significance of the listed building, and on a balanced overall judgment call would be reached about that, because of course fundamentally in this proposal you're converting or you're saving a building which is, you know, on its knees, if you like, and restoring it. So in the balance of considerations, if there is an impact on the setting, and if that does then impinge on the heritage significance of the listed building, the point that, you know, farmhouses traditionally had farmland around them rather than, you know, people's homes. You know, if that it does wash through to an impact on the heritage significance of the listed building, I think one can be pretty confident that any such impact would be readily outweighed and very significantly outweighed by the huge gain of restoring the listed building itself, which after all is, you know, the building on the list is the listed building. Yes, its setting, of course, is important. I'm not doubting that for one moment, but in the greater scheme of things, the restoration of the listed building would be the trump card. So, you know, that's how it would work. But obviously, you know, this is a high-level allocation with this criterion in it. if, as and when planning applications come forward, and if the allocation's made, then obviously these heritage issues will be judged on the specific planning application, because, you know, one can easily imagine some applications being laid out in a way which is more sensitive to the setting of the listed building, and others being laid out in a way which is less sensitive. So, you know, it will all be a matter of judgment for the planning application.
Okay. I mean, obviously in my mind, I always think about you wouldn't allocate a site where something was, a requirement was obviously not possible to be achieved. In this case, obviously, what you're saying is, as far as you're concerned, that it is. It is
because in the wider balance of considerations, if there is any impact on the setting of the Grade 2 star listed building, and let's just take for the sake of argument that there would be, some might even say it's inevitable there would be some impact. You then ask yourself the question, well, what's the degree of impact on the heritage significance itself of the listed building, because that's the acid test. You'd come to a judgment call on that. You'd say, well, yes, there's some harm to the significance of the listed building because you're building houses in its wider setting. But you'd then say, well, where's the balance of these considerations, given that we are actually restoring the listed building, you know, and taking it, and the whole point of this is for its removal from the heritage at risk register, where it's currently listed as being in a very bad state. And the overall balance of considerations would be that the pluses in relation to his heritage significance and interest of the listed building would readily outweigh whatever the impact might be on the setting. But the detail of that is obviously for a planning application, because until you've actually got something in front of you, and putting it very, very basically, you know, telling you where the houses are in proximity to the listed building, then you can't judge the fine-grained detail. But that's the process, and it's perfectly capable of being achieved here, because the trump card is the restoration of the listed building.
Okay, thanks. And we'll come on to the what's been plugged into viability when we get to viability. The original, as submitted, policies referred to Polbank Hall. I think I'm right in saying that's been removed. Is there any particular? I suppose I was thinking of a baby in the bathwater. You know, is there a particular reason why Polbank Hall was referred to and therefore should remain referred to, or is it Polbank Hall was an example and therefore there are lots of others as well, and you wouldn't want to lose sight of the others?
Yeah, I mean, it's the way we've got it here is designated and non-designated. So Polbank was Grade 2. I mean, it can just as well be specifically name checked, but we thought it was court. The focus is on the Grade 2 star listed building. That's why we've sought to focus the particular point, this particular part of the policy. But as I've said before, I mean, it's, you know, no harm to the plan if it says what it said originally, obviously, because that's what we submitted.
Okay, thank you. Say Haythorne.
Yeah, a lot of talk about the restoration of the barn and the farm buildings as if it's just going to be a money pit. I think we're forgetting that there's going to be a profit in these buildings. The bungalow directly next to the farm building itself sold for £500,000 last year. So it's not as if all this money is going to have to be found. There is going to be a return on this. In respect of this is a matter for the planning and sensitivities if it gets through this stage. Once it passes through this stage, the green belt protection has been removed, so there are far less hurdles to overcome to deliver the project. And it's very ambiguous over early phases. The barn's not got many phases left in it before it falls down. So I think just putting it off and putting it off is kind of kicking the problem into the long grass. And the reason it's in such, as I've said before, is in such a bad state is because of the neglect from both the council and the owners over the years, who are now going to be rewarded with a massive payday. In relation to the land, I don't think Tameside have made it clear enough that they actually own some of the land and have a vested interest in this being passed because of the revenues that are going to be returned.
Okay, that's not, I mean, land ownership isn't necessarily an issue.
I know, but when they discussed the land ownership, nobody said, oh, Tameside didn't sort of volunteer that, oh, that's our land.
Well,
I think.
But fine, it's a point that's been made elsewhere on
made
other sites, but it's not necessarily a matter of soundness, so I'm not going to go any further on that one. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, sir. I'm a little confused here when Mr. Kowalski has said that it's an aspiration to upgrade the farmhouse. What I would like to know is how does this plan ensure that this will happen? and who will actually do it? Are we saying that Blue Mantle will put their hand in the pocket and do this work, or are we looking for some money from English Heritage? You know, I don't understand how we can guarantee that this will happen when at the same time we're saying these two elements, the development of the site and the although it's a goal to be achieved, how you will facilitate that to happen. Who will do it? Who will oversee it? Who will ensure that that happens? And with regard, picking up on what Dan says, 80% of the proposed housing will be within 250 metres of this asset. And I think taking that building out of its historical context will not do what we're saying should be happening here. It's contradictory. Well, I think it should be left in and not removed from that. And I think we need to know when early phase of development will be. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, there was one point I forgot to raise.
Okay, who's getting a bit...
I do apologise.
Yeah.
Just very briefly, it's they've had planning 3 times on it. They've had the drawings. They've had everything done. It's not that this has been a lost cause and nobody's been able to do anything. It's due to the ownership and the family feud why it's in the state it is. So just wanted to thank you.
Okay, I would like actually probably just to not necessarily answer some of those questions, but it would be helpful for me to get Blue Mantle's position on this issue for completeness before I go back to the MCA. Could you perhaps give me your impressions?
Certainly, sir. I mean, I think we obviously fully support the central position that this listed building takes within this allocation. We understand the importance of it. We agree with the way that the wording has been phrased, that it should be an early phase of development. I would imagine that we would foresee it being dealt with by way of a planning condition at the development management stage, which restricts the amount of development that can happen before the building is attended to. I think the fact that it is within the family's ownership, the development as a whole is within the family's ownership, is an asset in this instance. I think it means that, when we are looking to see the site brought forward for development, the policy says what it says, but the fact that the ownership is also within the family's interest, it means that it will be some sort of package deal where the developer will be incredibly aware of the fact they'll need to deliver this early. So we're firmly committed to doing that, sir, and I think the presence of applications in the past to get to this position should only be seen as a positive thing, because it confirms that it can be done. It's been scrutinised by the relevant bodies at the time, and we look forward to delivering it.
Okay. Oh, good. Thank you. I'd like to come back on any of those points.
Only on 2 points. I mean, in relation to how does one guarantee it's going to happen? Well, that's the whole point of the criterion. So it is to happen within an early phase. I understand the question then is what's an early phase mean, and the inspectors will report back to us as to whether the wording needs to be tightened up. But it's going to be, that's the guarantee, if you like, in the policy, that it's got to happen early in the overall development of this allocation. So that's the whole point of the criterion. As for who does that and how it's done, that's not the point at this stage in making a plan. You're seeking to ensure the objective is achieved, and the objective is the restoration of the listed building. And so the policy criterion says what it says. That's to happen early on in the overall redevelopment. As I've said, the inspector will tell us in due course whether or not the wording needs to be tightened up about the phase. The point was made that one can't leave this till later on, because once you remove the site from the green belt, that's the protection for the site gone. Well, obviously, green belt protection has nothing to do with heritage protection, and this is a heritage point here.
Okay, and I understand the point was being made about the green belt protection and everything else, so I don't need to go into that. Criterion 11 I haven't mentioned. I have to say, looking at it, Criterion 11, to me, that is it's almost a validation requirement than a...
Yes, we've had this conversation before, and you'll know in most of the other allocations where we've done our Friday editions, our Friday issues of revised policies, we've removed references to historic environment assessment. I think in this particular case, the justification for wanting to retain it, or thinking perhaps it should be retained, is because there's a great deal in the assessment about this particular listed building. So that's the point, as I understand it. But I mean, you've got your wider point about whether or not this is the right thing to do as a matter of principle. Well, you'll tell us about that in due course. Okay. But there is particular point here about this particular listed building.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then to criterion 13. This is one of those other, provide developer contributions towards education, health, transport and other infrastructures deemed appropriate. This was also in Godley Green and or possibly others. I think I assume the reason for this to be suggested to be removed is because it would be picked up by other policies. Is that the case?
That's right, sir, and that is indeed the position. So, lest anyone thinks we're weakening the position and no longer want to have developer contributions towards all the things that are listed, that's not right. It's just that we have an overarching policy in the plan which covers all these points, and so we're not, one view is you shouldn't therefore just keep repeating it over and over because it's, it's said once in the right place rather than several times in all sorts of different places. But again, we're relaxed about this. That's the reason for its removal. It's making the plan a more consistent document overall point.
So I might say, obviously, again, where we've had situations where had similar criteria to this, but then there's been specific criteria about education, and that's because there's there definitely will be a requirement for education contributions, whether it's on site or off site. Is the situation not as sort of definite here about what's actually going to be required?
I'll go to my left in a few moments, but the ones that you particularly have in mind, well, a number of them have been where there's a prospect that one might need land on the individual allocation site. Not in every case, but in some of the cases that you've referred to. But I'll just look to my left as to the position here about education.
So the position that we understand at the moment is certainly at this scale of development, we wouldn't envisage there to be a specific on-site requirement manifest itself. And obviously this is a judgment at a point in time, but as the current position kind of stands, there's a capacity within our primary school places, within schools, kind of in this location, broad location of the borough in terms of school place planning, put some immediate pressures in high school provision. So in both instances, should the need arise, then there'll be a financial contribution towards off-site provision and potential extension to school provision.
And what I asked the other day about Godley Green is whether that was actually, again, feasible. Would it be the same schools?
Potentially in terms of high school provision, but primary school may well be different.
So cumulatively, when you take all these in together, for the high school position, are you still confident that actually, they're even with the contribution, because you can have the money, but can you spend it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, our school place planning team have looked at that as you said, as a cumulative impact on whether that can be, and they're confident that can be.
Okay, and I think we'll come on to transport and all the infrastructure. There is policy JPD1 policy JPD1 and D2, I think, which cover all those issues. So I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, it's just to pick up, obviously, on the developer contributions, our view would be that the more and more you water it down, when it gets to planning, okay, they can make section 106, but the developer then has the power to say, well, it's not financially viable once they've benefited from it. Just in relation to the schools,
I'm just going to, because I think this could, every time there's obviously a deletion, I just want to make it clear that I don't think the council's position, and I understand what people are saying about watering down, but I don't think, so Mr. Catcliffe just have to keep repeating himself.
I accept that.
As far as they're concerned, they're not watering it down. It's for me to decide whether they are.
I've made the point, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I think I've got the point. I understand the point, but so we don't,
Yeah, I apologise.
don't need that one every time.
But just in respect to the comment about schools, there is capacity. That's not true. Both myself and Max live on Acorn Lane. He lives 10 doors away from me. His children have to go to school in a different borough because the school is full. So I'd be very interested to see the figures with capacity from the schools, because that is simply not true. And I do challenge that as an outright lie. So I just have to state my point.
That's fine. They're all valid points. I'm just saying, we've got the point about watering down or not, but get to the substantive point. If it's going to be the same points that's been made, I don't need to hear it again, but go on.
I just want to say that I applied for 5 schools in G Cross, and all of them were full, and we were put into Stockport.
Okay, so it was the same point, but fair enough. Okay, school places, then, please.
What we can say, I mean, do you...
I mean, if it would be helpful, so we can provide sight of our school place planning that we do on an annual basis. That'll help me clarify that position.
I may well ask for that information then, so at least I've got chapter and verse on it. Okay, so now we'll move on then. Criterion 14 was about employment, education, training opportunities. This is one that was in quite a few policies, has been removed because it's covered by JPJ1, which requires all employment land development to do that. So no need to repeat it. I think is the story I've heard before. So I don't know if anyone's got any comments on that.
It's just in relation to, is this the best point to do with the transport issues?
Well, sorry, and then we'll move on. Where they've inserted it after 40. So
I've no comment on the deletion.
So we're going to do transport now then, I think. Yes, we are doing transport now. So there are so criteria 15, 16, 17 at least are relating to transport and accessibility issues, I guess, if you take them in the round. The suggestion has been that they would be effectively replaced, I think, with a new criterion which brings in the still retains the reference to access from the 856A, which people may have a comment on principle, and for new and improved sustainable transport and highways infrastructure having regard to the indicative transport intervention set out in Appendix D. And in this case, Appendix D is the list of interventions that have been identified through locality assessments as worst case scenarios, and in this case the necessary ones would be walking and cycling measures and bus improvements along the A560, supporting packages, which are things that have to be looked at first, I believe, in how it would work. Package of measures, QBT, quality bus, or
it's quality bus transit.
Quality bus transit,
yep.
And then improvement of the M67, A57 High Road and A57 roundabout junction, which we'll talk about. So, my standard question, Larry, to set the context on this is whether or not, obviously, you've assessed the transport impacts from this and concluded, and we have sufficient comfort that it would not result in severe transport impacts.
Yes, very much. So we've done, forgive me, you'll know this is a reiteration of points that have been made on previous days, but for those who haven't attended before, we've done work on what we regard as a worst case basis in relation to traffic and transport impacts from the proposed allocations, and so therefore including this one. And that work shows, as far as we're concerned, even making a series of worst case assumptions, which we're confident won't all actually manifest themselves, that there would not be a severe impact in terms of traffic. Severe impact being the test or the threshold test in the National Planning Policy Framework. Severe is not defined in the framework, and so one just applies the ordinary English meaning of the word. So you look at, for example, the OED, and you find that severe, Oxford English Dictionary, you find that severe means very great. And there's been High Court litigation relatively recently which clarifies that the impact in question, if the clarification was required anyway, but clarifies that the impact in question is from whatever the exacerbation might be that arises from the proposed development. So, for example, if base conditions, existing conditions, could be described as severe, as in very bad, that's all very interesting, but the key point is, would the exacerbation of whatever the existing traffic conditions are by the proposed development, would that exacerbation be severe? Would it be very great after whatever mitigation there might be is taken into account? You can see, because obviously you've sat and either chaired or, been a wing member, so to speak, in relation to a whole host of these allocations, that this allocation has a notably short list of interventions when compared to some of the others that we've been discussing through these proceedings, and that speaks volumes. And the way in which the policy would work at policy C7, as we previously discussed, is that if as and when planning applications come forward under the auspices of this allocation, the planning application would be supported by its own transport assessment. That would have all the latest up-to-date traffic assessment work. It would be scrutinised, obviously, by the planning and highway authorities. And it may well be, as a result of that work, that not all of the things which are referred to in the list in Appendix D are actually necessary and or supporting, not actually needed. Although, on the other hand, it might be that all of them are needed. So, that's to be dealt with at the planning application stage. So we've looked at things on a worst-case basis, making a series of worst-case assumptions about traffic impacts, and even on that basis, we find ourselves in a position where there wouldn't be a severe impact arising from this proposed allocation.
Okay, thank you. One thing I'm interested in here is the cumulative impact, the relationship with Godley Green. Obviously, they've gone all off the A560, as it were. And the intervention refers to that improvement of the M67. So I just want to understand where this site fits into that cumulative impacts, but also what mitigation, because obviously the improvement of the roundabout and junction is a requirement, would be subject to any TA, would be a necessity for Godley Green, but only here it's only necessary. I'm just wanting to
only
supporting only. Just if you could perhaps just set out clarify any relationship there.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just having a bit of a think. So obviously the locality assessment work did assess the cumulative impact. I think at the initial phases it actually included the cumulative impact of sites that were in the original GMSF as well, so that included the range of sites that were in Stockport. I think the fundamental difference is basically down to the scale of development, in that the south of Hyde site would actually generate far fewer vehicles, and therefore the impact, basically with the way the traffic flows would split down, means there would be far less impact on that junction at the A57, M67, and therefore that's why it's not in as a necessary requirement.
If I can just add to Mr. Bateman's points. So you got the point there around actual vehicle numbers, but also distance, and therefore vehicles have, if you like, different options in terms of their route and where they can go, and therefore there's more dispersal of that volume of traffic before it arrives or potentially arrives at the A57 roundabout, and hence the supporting as opposed to the necessary position with this site.
Okay, understood. I'll go, Mr. Morton, going backwards. Yes, I'm mixing it up.
I was waiting for my turn to come
No,
up.
I'm mixing it up.
With regard to the traffic impact, with respect, can I submit this map to yourself to give you a better overview of the impact of traffic? Would that be appropriate?
Probably not, because obviously not everyone's had a chance to look at it. What I think I'd do is if you submit, talk it through, talk through it now,
yeah.
And then if I require it,
and I shall put it in your domain to do with as you see fit.
And I'll get comments what you what the GMCA feel about it. Yeah.
I'm looking at the transport implications should Godley Green go ahead and our sites go ahead. This map shows that the distance to travel from the Godley Green access point near Green Lane by the M67 and M60, as opposed to the 560, to the same point on the M60 when travelling towards Stockport. The distance involved, if you go down the motorway route, 14.15 kilometres. If you travel down the 560, going in a westerly direction, it's 6.17 kilometres. So it is clear that the westerly flow of traffic to Stockport from Godley Green Village will opt for the 560. They will do that. It's probable, isn't it? Taking the overall impact on the 560 traffic, if the Godley Green Village went ahead, our development, JPA 32, would have to join a very congested road at peak times. So, and I would point out that the 560 runs through the heart of G Cross Village, and I would defy anyone to drive around there without having to pull over at some point due to parked vehicles. I myself was travelling on a bus down there the other day, and we met an HGV learner driver coming down the opposite way, which they use that route regularly, by the way. And I would think totally illegally, our bus had to reverse probably about 600 metres to allow an articulated HGV to pass. Now, that is the reality as it is today. So what will it be like should can offer 3,000 houses be built. This is, I think the severity of the congestion on the 560s that goes through G Cross Village is a key point for both sites, because there is no prospect of improving this road. The only way to improve this road is to put double yellow lines for the full length of it, with a terrible impact on the people who live, to businesses and homes that are on that road. And I think that in itself should be a huge factor. Can I just ask, sir, when would you like me to give you this document?
I think, first things first, if you talk through it and it's factual, what you've shown...
Yeah, well, basically, that is it. It shows the two routes. It shows the relationship between the two, our two sites, Godley Green and our site, and the boundary with Stockport. So I think it's a comprehensive picture of both the layout of the two sites and the road implications.
Okay. Does JMC have any comment? I mean, accepting that? So if it appears from what I can see of it now and what you've said, it's a sort of factual, or at least it speaks to that.
I don't mind. I've got no problem with you accepting it. So,
okay, well, give it to the programme officers then, and if you're going to provide it to the programme officers electronically, or if not, then...
Well, it's a hard copy.
Oh, right, they can... I'm sure they can find it.
Excuse me, sir, where should I...
You talk to Helen or Yvonne at some point.
On the outside?
Yeah.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you.
And thank you. Is that all your points on transport? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Pretty much so. I'm sure there are other things, but that will suffice for now. Thank you.
Excellent. We like that. Save Apethorn.
In relation to the traffic, same side of our... Surely for this plan to be sound, this has to have been assessed properly beforehand. The research that they've carried out and the reports that they've commissioned are all in theory. And as Stockport Council pointed out, they were all done during summertime. And the results are based on 2040 with mitigation such as the bypass, which was the other day was heard is not given as yet. So the Moshram Moor link, there's no mention of Denton Roundabout, which is massively over capacity. Unlike Tameside, Stockport conducted an assessment of the A560, and they actually sent somebody to the site to have a look. And the quote was, the morning and afternoon peak traffic periods on the A560 extend for about 2 hours. Traffic moves very slowly at about 2 miles an hour in continuous nose-to-tail queues. We were laughing on the way here this morning because that was the traffic we were starting to get to. Stockport MBC, in relation to the Godley Green site, have obviously written and highlighted the inadequacies of the original transport assessment. So I think you have to take everything with a pinch of salt, really, what they're saying about Godley Green and how we can mitigate this and how we can mitigate this. Because they've had to sack the company that they originally instructed. So I think that just gives you a level how much...
I think this is getting into the realms of the planning application, though, presumably, rather than the evidence relating to that.
I made the point.
You made the point. I take the point, and I understand the point, but obviously some of that is not before me.
The two sites combined will be chaos, and once they're up, there's nothing we can do about it.
I understand, the cumulative impact, which I've asked about already, so whether you've got anything else you wish to say, Mr. Kokowski. Sorry, have you finished? Yep, sorry. Thank you.
I've nothing else to say, so other than you're right that the comments made by Stockport relate to a planning application. Stockport, as you know, have not entered into any criticism of the work that we've done in support of the allocations, including this one.
Okay. Criteria 15 has been clearly suggested to be subsumed, but the point is it still would be the access would be off the A560, so that's nothing changed there. And then in 16 and 17, ensure neighbourhoods are green, walkable and safe. So that's not just it's as much it's about accessibility and actually it's also similar, I suppose, points about aesthetics and appearance and so on. So it's a double issue there for me. But again, I think it all flows back into my considerations of those design and layout policies and whether or not they fit in. And 17 about active travel being promoted through a clear network of hierarchical, legible and attractive streets for passers. Again, it's similar. I think 16 and 17 are very similar in essence. So if you want to say anything about those in particular.
Well, you know from our overarching policies that, you know, one expects a sort of hierarchy of, in relation to transport, to be worked through, you know, so with the car at the end of the list, if you like, rather than the head of it.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to say, I mean, this is, I mean, covered by other thematic policies in the connectivity or connected places chapter. Streets for all, walking and cycling, and JPC 7, of course, which, and then also broadly around creating an integrated network as well, which is JPC 1.
I think I'm right in saying that, as submitted, there's no reference to public transport, but Appendix D does refer to bus improvements. So I suppose one question is, given the geography and topography of the site, whether those bus improvements, if they're along the A560, would be a benefit to everybody.
That's a good point. I mean, the starting point is that the bus service already operates on it's a every 10-minute service. So that's the QBT that was referred to earlier. That's actually looking at not necessarily an improvement of the number of buses operating on the route. It's more to do with actually how effective that bus capacity is delivered in terms of facilities, punctuality, etc., etc.
There's no intention to or expectation that there'll be a bus going through the sites as the two plots.
That's correct. So, yeah.
Any points on sort of those two? The first part was about the overall transport impacts. Now we're getting into some of these other criteria. You're going to, I suspect you're going to,
yeah.
I'm just going to leave, you may as well leave your sign up, I think, at this rate.
Sorry, I do apologise. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that people that live in £500,000 houses don't get 2 buses to Manchester. They've got a car that they're going to use. I've made the point. It takes an hour and 20 minutes to get to Manchester on the bus, and you have to change. In relation to the trains, we are currently serviced by 1 train between 8 and 9. There's all sorts of, well, we might be able to get extra train provisions put on. The government is struggling to get Northern Rail to provide what they've already promised so far. Woodley car park, 5 spaces. It's a short platform.
Train station.
Yeah, sorry, Woodley train station, which is the nearest train station, is only a short platform, so they can't run larger trains. So the 1 train at the minute we get an hour is already jam-packed, and they can't put anything bigger on. There's no plans to extend it. We were promised tram trains, but then we found out the other day that they don't yet exist. So, yeah, it's just to highlight the lack of infrastructure already there.
Thank you. Mr. Morton?
Just a very brief point. Although the 3:30 service is a very good service, and I do use it regularly in preference to the car, it is not a 10-minute service, it's actually a 20-minute service.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anything you wish to add to what you've already said?
Well, as far as I was aware, the bus service is every 10 minutes. I checked the timetable.
Okay, well, I
don't want to get into a.
Well, I can consider the difference between what that means, 10 or 20, and what that would mean. So I think I can leave that there. So I'm going to move on then to criterion 18, which is again talking about desirable and attractive and desirable routes. And then again, this is more of a accommodating within the development, making sure that linkages are part of the development that comes forward.
That's right, sir. And this is an amalgam of points that were made in the submitted plan in various places.
So it's 18 and 19. I have no particular points about that. Mr. Morton, you have?
Just very briefly, the linkages to improve to the Peak Forest Canal and Burnethorpe, etc., these routes already exist. There's no need to provide them because they're already there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. The policy does say incorporate. So that does suggest they're already there because they're incorporating what was there, and enhance. So I guess, fair, yeah. But Okay. So I've got nothing on 18 or 19, I don't think. 20, so we're into biodiversity now. So 20 and 21, I think we're about biodiversity, ecological features. So, and the suggested change is, and again, this is about, again, picks up on all the discussions we've had about how biodiversity assets are referred to and the protection of them, how they're referred to. So I think again, your suggested change is presumably just trying to reflect those discussions rather than changing any policy.
That's right.
Intent.
So yes, absolutely. So we've put this cross-reference into policy G9. So it's just drawing the points. It's not just to make the point now, lest it come from my further down the table from the left. It's not watering down anything. It's just seeking to bring the points together and cross-refer to the policy that deals with this. As you know, we've got a thematic biodiversity net gain policy in the plan. So that's where we are, sir.
Yeah. And my standard question has also been about what evidence you've got to get to this point.
Evidence in relation to ecology.
Yeah, I mean, we have our preliminary ecological appraisal, which is before you. Just on the policy point itself, I suppose, so given that we've removed sites of biological importance from the red line boundary, you may have a view about us referencing the specifics of the site of biological importance, given that it now sits effectively beyond the site boundary, which is kind of as we've done before. But
yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I understand that point. But again, I suppose it's the reasonable prospect point about what is on site and whether or not there's a reasonable prospect the development can be achieved without resulting in unacceptable impacts. And I think,
well, on the basis of the evidence that we have, we are convinced that it can be. So, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Morton.
Okay, touching on to the make provision for biodiversity. Currently, I'm speaking about the Apethorn plot now because that's what I can overlook and that's what I know about. Currently, we've got active colonies of badger, fox, and believe it or not, we have roe deer on the site as well as the migratory birds that use this to winter, redwing, redshank. I can go on at length of all the wildlife that is there. It's a beautiful place for wildlife. Now, I don't see how the overbuilding of this site can make a beneficial difference to the biodiversity. It strikes me the only thing that will be increased is the number of people and dogs. In terms of wildlife, it's going to have a negative effect on it, and there's no two ways about it. Now, people may say, who come and just do a short survey, oh, there's nothing here. Try living there for 40 years and watch what happens out of your window every day and what visits your garden every day. Now, that will not happen if this is overbuilt, full stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Understood the point. Save Apethorn.
I think it's worth just bringing up that this is a wildlife corridor. It connects the Tame Valley Reserve with the Werneth Low Country Park. If you're going to bring it down to 18 metres or whatever Blue Mantle said it was, 12 metres, that is pinching shut this wildlife corridor. Right? It would create an island of green belt in the Tame Valley, and the Werneth Low obviously goes off into the Peak District. Animals use that site, and if you look on Google Earth, it's quite clear to see that if these houses are built, there will be a house completely from Woodley all the way into G Cross. It will be continuous housing. There won't be a walkway. Greater Manchester Ecological Unit have stated that there are 60 endangered and protected species on this site. And the RSPB have said there are red endangered birds on the site as well. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, obviously understood. Thank you. Anything you'd like to come back on those points?
But no, we're not saying that there won't be impacts. On the negative side of the equation, obviously one of the things which is fed into the overall assessment here is potential negative impacts. But we do have, as you know, this policy which follows from national legislation concerning biodiversity net gain, which we've discussed at the previous session of these hearings. So, you know.
Yes, thank you. It is one of those tensions that, again, it's not an unusual tension on these sites, but it's something we're aware of, and we know the two positions on that. So I'll move on from that. for now to 22 and 23. I'll cover those together. 22 is about delivering high-quality public realm that incorporates tree planting. I think, again, that's another one, really. There's quite a few of these aspirational policies about design, layout, and so on, which I think I know the position. I'll decide whether or not I think it's necessary to be removed. But I've got no particular question on it. It's fairly self-explanatory. And then setting aside land for a wide range of, that's 23, setting aside land for a range of public and open spaces, etc., in accordance with the open space review. And again, I think you suggested removing this from the Godley Green one on the basis it is covered elsewhere. Is that the case? But again, no expectation that it wouldn't provide open space.
No, it's just that in the scheme of the plan, there's a specific policy which covers the subject. So, so that's where we are. So, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Morton, did you have a point about those?
Well, I think Mr. Katkowski has just covered that point, really. I was just going to inquire, taking away these open public spaces, I could not see in the scale of the site how that would be possible to achieve that. But I think Mr. Katkowski, if I've heard him correctly, is saying that wouldn't be the case on this site. Is that correct?
So I'm not sure. The policy requires new open space, or I suppose the provision of...
Set aside land for a range of public open spaces.
So there's a policy requirement. Again, this is not unusual when housing development comes on. Yeah. Obviously, part of that will be public open space, amenity space, and so on.
So the fact it's been deleted doesn't mean it will not happen.
No, I think the idea is that there is another policy in this plan that does the same thing, and possibly more clearly. I think it's generally.
I shall wait for it to be uncovered. Thank you.
Well, it's in there. Don't worry, it's in there. And if it isn't in there, then we'll put it back, or rather, won't take it in the first place. So, trust me. Thank you. So we're now moving on. There are the three additional criteria even that the councils have suggested. I'll just go through. These are fairly standard. I'm not going to. If you've got something to say, Ms. Milton, is your sign? Sorry. The first one I think we've already talked about is about strengthening the boundary between the eastern development parcel and adjoining retained greenbelt land. So this is where they've identified there may be somewhere where some additional planting or some measure is needed to really clearly define the greenbelt. I think that discussion's taken place. I've got nothing else to say on that. The next one is about making provision for compensatory improvements to environmental quality. We, in one of our early sessions, suggested, I think, that the GMCA put this criterion into the allocation. It is national policy when it comes to Greenbelt. If Greenbelt is to be released, then measures should be in place to make provision for compensatory improvements. We're aware that, obviously, as part of the evidence base for this, there's an assessment of the potential improvements that could be made. There's a very long list of potential, and I think the general idea is that when an application, and there's obviously another project, G2, another policy comes in, those changes, those opportunities will be considered. Again, I have no questions about that, but if anyone has any points, because I'm obviously very familiar with this by now. And then finally, we've got reference to the mineral safeguarding area. And again, sorry, Mr. Morton, do you have a point about the compensatory? Yeah.
What we're saying, make provision for compensatory improvements. I would just like to know in detail what they would amount to. It's all very well having these words that say we'll do it, but what form would it take?
I think don't know at the moment, because obviously there's a list. Well, yeah, but obviously an allocation isn't necessarily going to set out absolutely
no
specific schemes. What obviously I need to be content with, that there is the potential to achieve that policy. We've got, and say there is a part of the evidence base produced by LUC. Looks at every allocation and try to identify various measures, and they relate to various things like, Ms. McCackles can probably outline what those measures are.
Yeah. I mean, if I could just conclude that by saying, knowing the nature of the site, and as you've seen, it goes right up to a natural boundary of ancient woodland, which plummets down. You couldn't walk down it. You'd finish up at the bottom, all right. You wouldn't get back up again. It's difficult. And on the other boundary, you've got a continuous ribbon development of housing that mine comes from 1830. and then you've got other developments that are from the early 20th century, continuous. So I don't see how that provision can be achieved. It's a landlocked housing estate, basically, as far as I can see. You know, and I don't see how you could do that, but that's okay. We'll wait to see what happens. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
thank you. And I've stolen Mr. Gatkowski's thunder a bit, so go.
No, not at all. And obviously, this relates to the green belt. You know, you take this site out the green belts. This is to do with improving green belt in the vicinity of the site. There's a remarkably comprehensive study, actually, I have to say, in relation to this point. And for this particular site, I mean, it's in the library. It's document 07.01.19, 07.01.19. At pages 44 to 67 are the potential greenbelt improvements in the vicinity of the site. So this seems to have the benefit of 23 pages odd of discussion around this subject. So I'm not going to pick out particular. There are particular ideas and projects in there, but it's all set out in detail.
Okay, thank you. So that takes me to the end of my of the criteria that are in the plan. I understand there are.
You didn't mention them just for the sake of the other, so the minerals point. Just
oh, sorry. Yes, sorry.
So
I was just about to mention minerals, and I saw Mr. Morton sign up. So yes, there's final criterion about minerals, which is again one which we have suggested should be inserted to any site which actually falls within the mineral safeguarding area. It's highlighting the fact that there's another policy that needs to be referred to, but it's not saying anything about minerals extraction. It must happen or anything. It's just highlighting the fact that there's a potential issue. Mr. Morton.
Are we not going to discuss the highlighted section in 11.312?
Well, that sort of comes back to the point that we've just been saying about the strengthening of the boundaries. That's the strength of the boundary issue. So I see that as a consequential change to the the new requirement to strengthen the boundary.
Well, what I would like to say on that statement that's highlighted in yellow and red at the end of 11.312 is that it will help to increase the permanency between the green belt. As I said previously, that is already well defined by immovable features.
Absolutely.
So
yeah, and
that's my point.
You've made the point. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got the point.
And what about the one at 11.314? Neighbours linked by a safe walk and cycling, including.
Well, again, reason just for these tend to be consequential to other changes that have been made. But if you want to make the point.
No. I was just asking why we weren't discussing the ones these points that are high.
Because I think they've been, in my mind, they've been picked up during the criteria. Because these are all consequential changes to.
Yeah.
What has been discussed, if you like. So
fair enough.
Obviously, if you've got a point you wish to make about them.
No, well, I haven't. I was just wondering why we weren't going through the full list of.
Yeah, because I'm going through the policy.
Yeah. Okay.
So now, I'm going to any issues which people wish to raise which aren't in the policy or any other points on the development requirements. So I know there are issues people wish to raise about drainage. So, safe Apethorn.
Yep, it's obviously we're concerned about flooding, and we don't believe that the adequate measures will be taken to protect us. Tameside Council, in their strategic flood risk assessment in 2011, discussed this parcel of land. And just to highlight the most relevant points, to manage flood risk within Tameside without having a negative impact on Stockport, there are significant greenbelt areas adjacent to the Tame, and it's strongly recommended that they are preserved where possible, because they provide an ideal opportunity to flood risk by providing space for floodwaters to flow through and additional areas for future flood storage schemes. And it's just saying that this land is a real strong point to not only manage our own flood risks, but that of Stockport, because they've had to recently take massive action, because we're all surrounding Werneth Low and we all get runoff, and as it's been gradually built on round the hill, it's diverting in different directions. So it's just to bring your attention to that Tameside at one point were opposed to building on it, but now things seem to have changed. So I made my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Well, following on from Dan's point, I have two quite large photographs here. This is what happens to my garden now when it rains. This is the land that's proposed to be built on, where the water comes from. And at the back of it, you can see Polbank Hall and the ancient woodland. I would also draw attention to the fact that, as it says in the previous document we're talking about, 60+% of the land is brick clay, which means there is no soak away on it at all. So what we get is surface water flooding, mobile water if you like, flowing from Wernethlow down into the River Tame. And clearly, as you can see on here, it's failing to get there. Also, the nature of the building, the character of the landscape has changed over the years. This used to be prime pasture. I shall leave these with you, if I can, just sort of to give you an insight of it.
I don't think I need those because I can see them from here.
You can see them. Yeah. And the growing of the couch grass, which is indicative of a sodden, wet soil.
Okay.
There's one here of the college development where the retaining wall floods water into the gardens because it doesn't work.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, would you like, before I ask GMCA to respond, actually, are there any other development requirements that haven't been covered? And I really mean that haven't been covered.
Yeah. So there's 3,495 consultation responses, and 167 points were raised across Tameside, ranging from schools, dentists, brownfield flooding, a lot.
Okay, where is this the new point in terms of development requirements?
Well, is this not the point where there's any other things that don't fit into this thing?
Well, okay, but I'm trying to, what is it? We're looking at the policy. I mean, if you're talking about engagement issues, obviously that's been raised.
Well, I've read through the summary of issues raised, Chapter 11, allocations Tameside, and every single one says, therefore, no change to the plan is considered necessary.
Oh, okay, that's your point. Isn't it? Yeah.
They nailed it first
the
time.
point has already been made, hasn't it? That consultation response suggests that, but I am not unaware that
no change is necessary.
That people do not wish to see this site allocated. So, I take the point, but I don't think we need to go any more.
I think that's not really the point I was going for. The point is, the public have said all these valid points, and Tameside have looked at them, and out of 167 points in Tameside, no changes have ever been made from the start.
Okay, but I think that, to be fair, that point has been broadly made. So
thank you.
There. Any points on the flooding and flood risk? We have the topic paper which refers to the outcome of the level 2 SRRA. Don't you want to?
Exactly. So you'll know from the topic paper, from the work that's been done to support the plan. I don't know about something in 2011, but to support the plan, we know that there have been concerns raised through consultation about flood risk. So in consultation with the Environment Agency, additional flood risk modelling was undertaken for this site as part of the work to support this plan. And as a result of that, it was concluded that mitigation should principally be to direct development to the areas of the site which are in flood zone 1 and to maintain the overland flow route with various management and control mechanisms. So it was considered as a result of that work, the flood risk assessment work which supports this plan, that the site is developable subject to mitigation measures.
Because there is maybe something specific, would it be a category where mentioning it would be sensible?
I was wondering that because there's a particular reference in the supporting text, isn't there, to this point, and given that the further work was done because of points raised, etc., so yes, this would be one where I think the reference that's now in the supporting text could usefully be in the policy. I can't remember whether it was in the policy in the first place, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I think this is one where it usefully could be in the policy. It would make sense for it to be in the policy.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to move on then now to viability issues, some of which have been discussed. From my notes. Just my understanding is this is classed as a Category 1 scheme, I'd be right?
It is, that's right, with a very considerable positive residual value of over £25 million.
In terms of the local problem, the Apethorn issue, do we know what was factored into there? Or has it been factored in as a cost, or is it just something that could be subsumed within the residual? Do we know?
The latter, that's right. So all the in the usual way, all the various, generic policy requirements, et cetera, were factored into the viability assessment. My understanding is that in relation to the restoration of the listed building, the approach which is taken is that the positive here is so positive, if you like, it's so large that it would be absorbed within that, is my understanding. Yeah, I'm just checking that to my left. There's so many of these sites, it's so easy to get confused, but that's the position, in my part anyway, that's the position, sir, here.
Okay. Okay. I don't know whether Blue Mantle have done any work themselves on costs of restoration. If you have an, I mean, obviously you might not know what exactly the scheme's going to be, but broadly falling within that residual.
I think, sir, based on past work that's been undertaken, we're very confident that, given the surplus from a viability point of view, that it can be comfortably accommodated within the development.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Morton.
Yeah, right. I've previously said great concerns about the ancient drainage system that operates on the field. Well, it's through yourself, sir, but I want to know if Blue Mantle will take responsibility for maintaining the drainage system that is necessary and existent to protect. The garden that I showed you that was flooded, I have a cellar that goes below that, directly below it. And if it wasn't for a field drain that runs out probably about 1,200 millimetres, about 1.2 metres below the surface of the field, into the part that we said where it was modified, where the valley comes in, I discharge into that.
I mean, some of that is we're getting into the realms of obviously
I'm
the detailed
just
planning permissions and planning.
Yeah, well,
and
I'm asking at this stage, does Blue Mantle take responsibility for the existing drainage system, should it be interfered with during the development, should that happen?
Okay, I'm not. Yeah. Okay, I've got the point. I'm not sure I need an answer to that. You may, and you by all means, you're happy. You know, when this is finished, you're going to have a chat if you want to. But I don't necessarily need an answer at this moment.
No, that's fair comment, sir. I understand that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on viability or anything that anyone wishes to make? Say Greater Manchester Green.
Yeah, sorry, just so I'm clear, so there's no costing for the restoration of the Grade 2 star listed building?
It would appear that the viability assessment does not put a figure in for that. The expectation is that the residual value will cover it. That's what my understanding is.
Okay.
Did you have a point to make? I just wanted clarity.
What if it costs more than that?
Well, that's something for me to think about.
Okay.
The what ifs are for me to go away with. Okay, I've got nothing else I wish to say. Anybody else? I hope you've all been able to say what you wanted to say. I'm going to adjourn now. I thank you all for your contributions this morning. As usual, it's given me a lot to think about, and I appreciate everyone taking the time to come and speak to me this morning. So thank you all. I'm now going to adjourn till 2 o'clock, where we'll pick up Global Logistics. So thank you, everybody. Thank you. It is now 2 o'clock, thank you. So yes, it's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. Now time for me to open this session of the Places for Everyone Joint Development Plan document. Can everybody hear me? I've got a relatively few today, but you're all welcome. For those who don't know me, I'm Stephen Lee, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan alongside Louise Gibbons and William Fieldhouse. Just a few housekeeping measures before we start. A reminder, please, for everyone to switch mobile phones, laptops and other devices to silent mode. We've got water in the room provided, and these will replenish during adjournments if need be. And we always ask not to bring in hot food and drink. As far as I'm aware, there are no fire alarms for this afternoon, so if the alarm does sound, please vacate the building by following the green emergency exit signs to the rear of this room and to my right, or to my right. A reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help us decide if the plan submitted in February 2022 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. This session, like the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out on the agenda that was published last week. And this afternoon we are dealing with allocation JPA 10, Global Logistics. Has everybody been here before? Have we got some new people? New? Okay, welcome. I will just run through very quickly how we run the session then, for those who haven't been here before. I will start the agenda item with some questions to the GMCA team, and then when we've heard the response to those, I will invite contributions from others. When you wish to speak, please turn your nameplate on its end and I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. It'll make me aware that you wish to speak, and I can invite you to do so. When I invite you to speak, at least in the first instance, if you could say who you are and, if appropriate, who you represent, although I think I probably know by now, I think that's it. If people could focus any comments on the questions or specific points that are made by others, or obviously relevant to the agenda, and obviously we try to keep each contribution to no more than a minute or two, so we can ensure that they are focused and allow everyone to have a chance to speak if they wish to on a particular issue. If you do speak, if you could please obviously turn your microphone on, speak into it quite reasonably closely so that the video stream can pick it up, and then once finished, turn the microphone off and put your sign down. Just as another reminder, there's no need to simply repeat or summarise any points you wrote in your written representations or written statements. They are before us and have been read. There's also no need to repeat or reiterate the contributions of others in the room. Normally after I've heard contributions from everyone, I'll give GMCA the chance to sum up their position at the end of each item on the agenda before moving on. And then again, just as for absolute clarity, while we are discussing the details of the sites today, or the site today, this doesn't mean that we've made up our minds about the allocation. As we set out in our action point notes that have come out shortly after each session, our ultimate conclusions on whether each of the allocations in the plan is justified will depend on our consideration of a range of matters, including those relating to the amount of development needed, the spatial strategy, matters of Greenbelt, and any other site-specific issues. So even where we issue action points about the sites after sessions, we may decide in due course that other or different main modifications are required to those we set out. So to say it may not be the final word, basically. If we get to it, we'll be having an adjournment at 3:30, probably, and then finishing around 5. We'll try to finish around 5 if we need to. Just in terms of a couple of other matters arising for me, as has been the norm, GMCA published a set of suggested modifications for us to consider last Friday. They're published as GMCA 69. Has everybody had a chance to see those? Okay, good. Because this is what we use just to help us go through them at the end. But if you've got a copy, if you could, Yvonne, could you get a copy of GM 69 for Parish Council, please? Thank you. We won't be going through those immediately, so there's a little bit of time. And then, secondly, we have a colleague from the Planning Inspectorate observing this afternoon. So if you see me or my colleague here speaking to them at any point, please be clear that this will not be about the merits of the case or being made, or any arguments being made, and there will no involvement in the examination or the decisions being made. Okay, thank you. Any other matters arising, housekeeping matters? while I think about it, and I haven't had much time to look at the examination website for the last while, there was yesterday, it may be in hand, but we talked about getting the Trafford Core Strategy SL5 policy, if that's
Yes,
sorted.
we did, that's right. Yes.
Yes, it just occurred to me.
I'm sure it is in hand. I don't know that personally, but
I just thought I'd remind
in hand. It is. As of this very moment, it's in
I hadn't had a chance to look at the website today, so yeah, okay. That just popped in my head. So anyway, it's nothing from you that you're going to share. So in that case then, before we start with the agenda items, we usually invite GMCA to introduce the site and explain why they consider it worthy of allocation. So over to you.
Thank you, sir. So we've obviously got some new people here, so I don't know whether you wanted to go through and just have people introduce themselves. Forgive me for
Indeed,
the
sorry.
benefit of I'm so sorry, sir. But
As CPRE know, it was a very long night yesterday, and I'm again so eager. So sorry, yes. In the first instance, if you could introduce yourselves in the normal way. Thank you, Ms. Katkowski, for keeping me on the straight and narrow there.
never fear, sir. I'm Chris Katkowski, King's Counsel here for the GMCA.
Duncan McCorkdale from Manchester City Council.
Rebecca Friday from Manchester City Council.
Jackie Copley from CPRE.
Councillor Lynn Drinkwater from Ringway Parish Council.
Graham Yardley, member of the, well, my wife is a member of the Parish Council, but she's indisposed because of a knee operation, so I'm just an observer this morning. Thank you.
Fair enough, okay. That's okay. Obviously, yes, only people who've made representations don't have a right to be heard, so understand. So you won't be participating. Okay, thank you. And then...
Andrew Murray, Manchester Airport.
Okay, thank you. Right, so now, beg your pardon.
Thank you very much indeed.
If you'd like to introduce you at the site.
So this allocation, pardon me, is in the plan for some 25,000 square metres of, well, particularly as far as we're concerned, B8. So that's warehousing and similar logistics employment floor space in order to support the growth of Manchester Airport and to complement the development of the wider global logistics location around the airport. And in our site selection criteria, this met criterion number 2, that's to say the site is close to the key assets of Manchester Airport, as indeed it is, and the proposed HS2 Manchester Airport station and employment development at this location was seen to be able to take advantage of links to those assets. The site itself we see as, if you like, feeding off and assisting with, by way of an extension to the global logistics area, which is already attracting, as I understand and have instructed, investment from globally important and mobile industries, capturing significant economic growth for the Places for Everyone area and the north of England. We recognise on the negative side of the equation, patently by removing land from the green belt, harm would be caused to the purpose of the green belt by doing that and by building on the land. And our assessment has shown that in overall terms that harm would be moderate in the ranking that we've applied in our study work. And in relation to the various purposes of the green belt, the purposes which particularly feature in that assessment are in terms of checking the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas. That's where there was a relatively significant rating there. And safeguarding the countryside from encroachment, again, a relatively significant rating was given to that, whereas it was relatively limited in relation to neighbouring towns merging and limited or none in relation to purpose number 4, the historic towns point. So that's because of that, the overall rating is assessed as moderate. So as you know, we've had a number of the allocations set at quite a good deal higher harm than that. Here it's moderate. And so in weighing the various considerations, I'm going to come to ecology in a few moments' time, it's our overall conclusion that there's a compelling case in the public interest, exceptional circumstances, to remove the land from the green belt and to allocate it as we propose. Just a very few words about ecology. You would have seen from our paper GMCA 69 that we we envisage, and propose and suggest that there should be some amendments to the extent of the allocation, and in particular, I mean, there was a large area of a large part of one of the sites of biological importance which has been included in the allocation and removed from the green belt as well. And on reflection, we consider that the land in question should not be removed from the green belt and should not be a part of the allocation. That's the SBI, the site of biological importance, because we plainly did not envisage any logistics development taking place on the SBI. But we'll come to that when we come to the detail of the policy and the map that goes with the policy, the plan that goes with the policy. But I wanted to state it now because, you know, this is one of those sites where the changes that we envisage in here paper GMC 69 are of some significance, really.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of, I'll move on to the Greenbelt issues. And we actually, obviously the boundary will be picked up now in terms of the change you're proposing. There's an issue, sort of a starting point, I could mention it now, I could mention it under site selection, I could mention it under criterion 1, any number of times I can mention it in terms of before I come onto the boundary, the overall scale of development being proposed here being, if I say, to my mind, relatively modest in relation to the overall B2, B8 requirement, and what that means in terms of the planning balance. I mean, I can't do the maths, but it's a relatively small proportion, isn't it, of the overall position?
Numerically, yes, but in qualitative terms, the location of the allocation is singularly important, and obviously, yes, I mean, how many sites are that are approximate to the airport, and you know, in effect, would be an extension to an already very important facility. So, you know, the qualitative issues here are, you know, have a great bearing on the case. This isn't just a numbers point, if you like, far from it, as I understand it. Yep.
Okay. We may come out to, obviously, when we get into just purely how it would be accommodated on the site. And
of course, of course.
Because I think I've got some points about that. But, okay, so starting point there. The point, obviously, there would be release. It would be, in terms of the green belt that's remaining, so contented that that remaining green belt would still perform the relevant purposes, i.e., you know, the remaining green belt would still prevent encroachment, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, I'll look to my left in a moment, but yes, I mean, this is, I mean, one can't help but compare some of these sites. This is not like some of the allocations that we've dealt with, where the remaining green belt would be, you know, however one describes it, a slither or a finger or whatever it might be. But I'll just look to my left for confirmation.
Yeah, so as Ms. Kukowski's just said, I mean, it's not synonymous with some of the other sites where we're looking at some of the greenbelt issues. And also, as was mentioned earlier, in terms of the encroachment with, well, the separation with respect to neighbouring settlements, that's not really an issue with the location that we're looking at. We're bringing back the SBI in its full extent back into the greenbelt, which assists with elements of that sort of greenbelt function and purpose as well. So I would, yeah, my view is that that area of greenbelt will certainly perform against the functions that are expected of greenbelt set out in NPPF.
And in terms of the boundary, obviously, the as submitted, it does incorporate. Where's my map? My site visit map. Does the area is there an area within the allocation, as you say, identified as an SBI, site of biological importance? You're seeking to remove that. So if we're talking about being, why is it necessary? And I know this is not. We've had other situations where SBIs may or may not be in the area, but in terms of this particular case, and I guess the point is, why was it removed from the greenbelt in the first place if it's now not considered suitable?
I think that was just a reflection of considered opinion at the time. I mean, again, like a lot of these policies that have evolved over the period of the time of the development of the plan, at a point in time, and you will note that there was consideration back in the 2016 plan in terms of a larger floor space area, circa 40,000 square metres, and there was also, at that point, an existence of an enterprise zone area. And if you look at the boundaries of where the enterprise zone extended to, that had a very similar match in terms of what was being looked at with respect to the red line boundary as it was drawn at that point, which did take in an element of the SBI. So notwithstanding that the SBI wouldn't be considered to be built upon, there were other factors that perhaps came into play in consideration with respect to that boundary at the time. Now, those factors have fallen away in terms of we're considering a different quantum of development. The enterprise zone, in terms of its existence, has come forward and finished in terms of its purpose, and also because of some of the discussions that have happened through the examination with respect to SBIs on other allocations. It was an opportunity for reflection on that in terms of ensuring that the SBI, it was clear that that had its integrity maintained and kept within the Greenbelt.
And in terms of boundaries then, I think the revised, or one of your suggested revisions relates to strengthening boundaries. Am I right? Am I thinking of other things?
Yes, no, you are right. So it's just here, it's tacked on at the end of number 5, as opposed to in some others it's been a separate point. But yeah. Yes, there is a...
It's a new element there, isn't it?
It is.
So, yeah,
it is.
And is that as a result of this change that there would actually, in order to reflect this change, that the boundary, the SBI boundary is not clear on the ground?
Well, the SBI boundary, from what there are hedge lines that go around where the red line is. So, in that sense, there is a defined boundary. But I think, nonetheless, such is the way with Greenbelt proposals, is just to have that as a check and a balance in the policy to absolutely ensure that we've got that nailed down in terms of that approach with respect to boundaries.
Okay. Okay. Points about compensatory features, which is on the agenda. I'll pick up as we go through the plan because there's a new criterion suggested about compensatory features, so I'll pick up any issues relating to that then. So with that, I think I'll open it up. Any comments on the Greenbelt principles, CPRE? Thank you.
Yeah, CPRE doesn't really think there's the justifications for the loss of the Greenbelt parcel, and there are issues in terms of how the boundary, there's literally a 2 fingers worth of Greenbelt as it is, but the change, I believe, makes the remaining Greenbelt more vulnerable. So the purposes for checking unrestricted sprawl, preventing neighbourhood towns merging and safeguarding countryside from encroachment are stronger than have been accounted for. And there is the issue of Greenbelt purpose. I hear, well, I've seen, before there used to be a farm there, Sunbank Farm, and that has been successfully developed. But the issue is displacement of business premises from other sites that could be regenerated elsewhere in the Greater Manchester area. So by maintaining Greenbelt boundary here, you successfully steer development to more sustainable locations. Because as it is, a number of the occupiers that are operating from the new business area aren't necessarily ring-fenced to the airport, which is a missed opportunity, we think.
Thank you. And Ringway Parish Council.
As far as Ringway Parish Council is concerned, This piece of land was never included in the last green belt tape from Ringway Parish, 90 acres, that is now the global logistics, or whatever they want to call it. This was a mitigation area. They created 6 receptor ponds in this area with the habitat, and they moved the greater crested newts onto it. It was also had extensive planting. This land is a mitigation area for the other development, and it should not have been included in this. It is not up for grabs. It is a mitigation area for the other buildings that were put up. And as far as just taking an extra bit out of it, all the boundaries are along Sunbank Wood, which is an SBI site, and it's still touching Cottrell Clough, which is a triple SI site. The whole of the area is mitigation, and it should stay as it is. It's not up to the council to decide that all of a sudden they want to use it.
Okay. We'll come on to some of those points about biodiversity as we go through, but I'll take the point as a matter of principle. Obviously, we haven't got the site promoter here. CPRE.
Just in relation to the point that's been made, it is true when the application was permitted for the land at Sunbank Farm, which is obviously where Sunbank Lane is, not only there was also a mitigation area at the side of the M56, but then a slip road was developed. So the mitigation area that had been allowed for that site has also already been reduced for development. So there is a displacement, a double displacement impact. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, I will.
Sorry, I know you're getting onto that later, but yeah, it's just
reminded
me.
Rest assured, the point is not lost on me in terms of representations I've had. Now, we're certainly covering it in. Again, this is one of those situations you could pick up in several locations. So I'm mindful with the site promoter isn't here to discuss whether or not what their views are on the changes to the boundary. But I'll just have to take it. I don't know if you've had any discussions with them behind the scenes.
I can check to my left, but in any event, obviously, if in due course
there will be a consultation,
you support the plan, etc., and you think that the boundary change is appropriate, then necessary, etc., then that would all be published as a main modification. There'd be full consultation. So, but I'll look to my left as to discussions with site promoters.
Only insofar as very high-level discussions with respect to their position in terms of coming to the examination today, and for various reasons they've elected not to do so. So that's about as far as I can go on.
They're right to do so, and that's it's not a problem as far as I'm concerned. Right. Okay. Sorry. Yes. Any other points?
No, I just like the idea of electing not to. I think you're stuck with us until the bitter end, by the way, but we're electing to attend. Not really, no. You have our position in relation to the Greenbelt purposes, and the point made by the CPRE about displacing regeneration from other, brownfield sites, whatever it might be, or non-Greenbelt sites. When I've made the particular locational point about this allocation, and you'll report back to us on that in due course.
Okay. Well, I'm going to come back to the other point that was raised about how this all relate in terms of the fact it was mitigation.
Oh yes, very much so. I'm deliberately not answering that now because it's with respect, it's not a Greenbelt point. It may or may not be a very good point, and we'll discuss it slightly later on when we come to ecology in particular. Okay.
So I'm going to move on then to site location principles, some of which are obviously a little bit overlap. The point here is that it was deemed to meet criterion 2 of your site selection criteria that is able to take advantage of key assets and opportunities that is genuinely distinguish Greater Manchester from its competitors. So you've said this is locationally, obviously, it's near to the airport. I suppose the point is, to what extent is B8 uses near to an airport genuinely distinguishing Greater Manchester from other regional airports with B8 uses attached to them?
I'm possibly colleagues from the airport might want to comment as well, but in essence, the operations in terms of there is an existing site with respect to global logistics that's been brought forward that clearly has come forward and has got investment and occupation taking place. There was the consideration that this is a key area in industry that needs some continued support. The airport is a logical place and operation for that. How that differentiates it from, say, putting it around other airports, yes, there are other logistical operations, particularly a key logistical operation at East Midlands Airport. And we did discuss it a little bit at the airport policy in terms of some of the way the logistics sort of approach happens at Manchester Airport. But notwithstanding that, and I suppose in a sense that reflects why we've got the level of development that we're proposing, that yes, it is a relatively moderate level of development, but nonetheless we feel there is still that opportunity to meet that demand, and that location near the airport does make that logical sense as a result.
Given the amount of B8 that is being proposed across the piece in the plan, how does this stack up in terms of, if you're delivering B8 elsewhere, I suppose I'm showing what is the unique selling point of the airport necessarily? Is it so important, or anywhere near as important as some of the other schemes we've been told about strategically?
I think it is, again, about the proximity of the location to the airport, that it does give that opportunity of synergy with what's going on in terms of the airport operations and the opportunity for logistics that come via the airport. That isn't something that can be offered by other B8 opportunities elsewhere around Greater Manchester.
And if, obviously, we're to conclude that this is not a sound allocation, whatever, or consider that was to fall away in any way, in terms of, the overall strategic importance or overall strategy, what impact would that actually have on the strategy, employment strategy?
I mean, again, we've already stated it in numerical terms, then clearly this isn't a development of a size that is going to cause particular grief to the overall strategy. But that's in numerical terms. In a qualitative argument, this is, again, about the specifics that synergy that we can achieve with respect to its location in close proximity to the airport and how we can utilise that with respect to the site.
Mm. 25,000 square metres as a minimum, or at least, whatever the phrase might be, minimum around. It presumably wouldn't obviously mean one. Looking at the configuration of the site, it's unlikely to be what is it, how many units that might be. And again, we've been hearing quite a lot in the course of the few days about how important certain size units are required to get off the ground, and certain size units are too small to get off the ground. Where would this fit into that kind of hierarchy?
Well, by way of example, and it's almost like fortuitously I looked this up this morning, is that if you look at the existing global logistics operation that's next door, you've got a couple of sites there that are around about 21,500 square metres each. There is a site, also a plot that started out on the plan as 46,000 square metres, but that's been subdivided into 2 units. I don't actually have the specifics of what the size is of each unit, but nonetheless, they're in that kind of region of size compared to the 25,000 square metres.
So there's one unit of at least...
So we've got a unit that's around about 21,649 square metres plus some office space, which takes it up to 22,759 square metres. Sort of ancillary office that's attached to it.
Right. So I guess the point that people have been making, and this is obviously, is that might be the kind of scale of individual unit you need to deliver B8 uses, but obviously is that actually going to be achievable on a site of this shape and configuration? Is it more likely to be smaller units that add up to that level, and are they actually going to deliver B8 uses? or going to be attractive to B8 users?
I think it's fair to say that there is the opportunity to consider whether that could be delivered as a single entity.
Okay. Okay. The airport group then. Make your points.
Sorry, yeah, I did have my name plate up, but Mr McCorkdale's made the points that I was going to make anyway.
Excellent. Well, we don't need them again then. Ringway Parish Council then?
Looking at the shape of the site now, like you say, it would be very difficult to get any large warehousing on. And they're going to do what they did again last time, which is to put part of Sunbank Wood into a car park. If you look at the existing buildings, you'll find that they've incorporated part of the Sunbank Wood SBI actually into one of the car parks, and I reckon that they'll have to do that again. The other thing is, they go on about it being global mobile industries. What you've got there are three main buildings: DHL, Amazon, and the Hut Group. And they're all home internet delivery thing. It is all warehousing. They're going on about jobs, but there aren't that many jobs involved because it is huge warehousing. And it's not worth spoiling. Well, as I say, it's a mitigation area. It's not worth having such a strange piece of land like that and taking it out to Greenbelt just for home deliveries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any points you wish to come back on those things?
We've made our point, sir, and you'll come to the criteria in the policy in relation to that last point as well.
Okay. I think I'll pick up the point about the biodiversity, the issues surrounding the mitigation of the biodiversity when we get to the relevant points in the criteria. I think that's sensible. I've got some questions about it, but
just on the point of sustainability, whilst there is obviously a Metrolink station at the airport, it is actually quite some distance in terms of walking. So CPRE doesn't think it's a particularly sustainable site. Even looking at the site selection 7, the criteria, it doesn't perform at all well.
Thank you. Yes, good point. Well, thank you for making the point. Manchester Airport then.
Yeah, by way of rebuttal of that point, we have successfully negotiated the extension of a number of bus routes to take in Global Logistics Hub and World Freight Terminal. So they run from the station at the airport to this facility already. The site is also co-located with the airport orbital cycleway. So in terms of sustainable transport links, they are there.
Okay, got that. Anything?
Absolutely the case as we...
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, with the transport stuff, there's questions about transport and the development requirements. So, again, any other points that can be picked up there about transport and accessibility. We'll then move on to development requirements and the list in GMCA 68.9. And what I'm going to do is go through each of the original criteria in turn, obviously where the GMCA have suggested they'd like to amend it, pick up those points as well. So criterion 1 states that it will this is a support growth of the airport and complement the change to the typo, whichever happens there is not a main modification. You understand?
No, that's right. But to be honest, it annoyed me. So.
Yeah. Complement the development of the wider global logistics. I think I asked rather what the purpose of that criterion was. in terms of sort of decision making. I think the answer came back that the answer I got was it provides a link to Strat 10, but and from a decision making purpose, I'm just not sure what it adds or.
Item number 1.
Criterion 1. Yeah. I mean, isn't it a sort of presumably?
Well, if
you're delivering 25,000 square metres of B8, and the supposed purpose of that is that will support the growth of the airport.
Well, that's the point. If it doesn't, it would be in breach of item 1. That's why item 1's there.
So, in terms of control, then, so if it's a point that's been made, and I think with other, say like Port Salford was a similar sort of thing about relationship of the types of logistics that might come forward in relation to whether they're going to make use of the multimodal transport facility. I think a point was made whether how you can control that. You say obviously, this particular operator is going to use the airport or not, and I think we deemed that it's very difficult to control it in that way. So, if it's a B8 shed use, is there going to be any way you can determine whether or not it will support the airport?
So I'll look to my left in a moment, but certainly in principle, if a planning application comes in, with this criterion in place, let's assume it's there for the moment, for a B8 shed or a series of smaller B8 sheds, warehouses, and the application that details whatever form of occupier is put forward for those for that unit or units would not support the growth of the airport and wouldn't complement the development of the wider global logistics location, then that would not be in accordance with item 1. So there's a way in which you would be able to assess this at an application stage. In terms of control, the only way you could control it would be really it would be a section 106 planning obligation point in relation to the nature of the occupier. I think it would be quite difficult to spell out in precise enough terms and a condition. I think you would need to do it by way of a planning obligation. But I just look to my left to see whether there's anything that you wish to add in relation to that. To my mind, you could certainly apply this criterion to an application. I don't see it as an ineffective criterion. There's a wider question about whether it should be there in the first place or not. But if it's there, then it certainly is something you can assess.
The only thing to add is really, I think it's just the approach that we try to take with the policy in terms of maintaining a simplicity of approach rather than getting tied up in too many knots of definition. And as Mr. Katkowski said, there are opportunities once planning applications come forward and via Section 106 agreements that you would then start to flesh out the detail with respect to how that was actually implemented. But nonetheless, the policy hook there and the policy is capable of providing that level of control to a certain degree that then leads on to the discussion and the negotiation that's made through the planning application.
Okay. You've suggested removing the 2030. Is that?
I think that's something a sort of evolution of the policy in the sense that time has moved on and we now have a plan period that, wasn't at 2030 when we set out, but certainly is nowhere near 2030. And so clearly to ensure the policy maintains its validity, or that clause of the policy maintains its validity through the plan period.
Just wanted to make sure there was no particular relevance to that date or anything?
No.
Like after 2030, it doesn't matter if it complements it or not?
No.
Okay, any comments on criterion 1? Okay. Criterion 2 is no? Yeah.
Just to say that you're talking about the planning applications that can go in on this site. Last time, DHL was built in Amazon, and one unit that the hut took. None of them to do with airport, cargo, or operation facilities. And then the remainder of the land was sold off and advertised as prime development land, 1 million square foot of logistics space. Nothing at all to do with the airport. How do we know that it's not going to happen again with this piece of land?
Okay, thanks. Anything to add?
Well, that's why the point is here, to to try to ensure that that doesn't happen. I mean, we can only do our best in writing policies, and that's why we've got this criterion here.
Yep. Okay, understood. Okay, criterion 2. Is setting out the delivery of around, or suggest a minimum of 25,000 square metres
minimum now, yes,
of B2. I mean, this is what's in the obviously submitted plan. B2, B8 employment, and then some text about what other suitable uses might be appropriate, and some caveats. And the suggestion now is that you should basically strip all that back just to B8.
Absolutely, yes. We've I think as originally worded, we got ourselves into a bit of a pickle, I think, with the complexity of it already, and it's much more straightforward to have a simple reference to the floor space, obviously, but B, to restrict that to, in terms of what's envisaged, to what is envisaged, which is B8 warehousing. I mean, as originally written, with the inclusion of B2, which is the old sort of heavy industry, you sort of say, well, do you really want heavy industry? Is there really a case for heavy industry here? Answer, not really. So the real point here is the logistics, which falls under B8, and as we've said, feeding off the location close to the airport. So that's why we've stripped it back, because then you get all these questions about airport operational facilities, no greater adverse impact than cargo facilities. It's all very convoluted, and you
right,
just
again,
yes.
Surprised you to learn I had quite a few questions about how that was going to work.
I suspect you probably still have, but we propose to strike it through.
Well, yeah. So I think
because I don't suppose we've got very good answers to your questions.
No, and I don't need. I think it's only going to lead me to where I've probably got to anyway. And I think, but there is a point in the. I will say this in the revised reason justification, 11.128, about halfway down, say the site is suitable for B8 logistics facilities and/or airport operational facilities.
That should come out.
That's we're sort of going back to what it was.
No, there was no intention having gone to the bother of striking it through in the policy. I don't know why it's just a transposition error by the looks of it. We spend so much time on the items in the policy, and then we run out of steam when we get to the reason justification.
Okay. I've obviously the comments. I've had some comments about 25,000. I've asked some questions about 25,000. That might be implemented. I'm not going to ask any more, but obviously bear in mind that's still a thought that I need to go through. Any comments on criterion 2 and all the changes that have been proposed? No. Okay. Thank you. So, criterion 3. Again, I submitted quite a lengthy one in relation to impact on various assets, designated assets, conservation, ecology and landscape value, including the Cotterell Clough asset, Triple SI, nearby SBI's Ancient Woodland, and so on. And then how any application would be assessed in terms of harm. A few new criteria, which I might let you take me through one by one when we get to it. But I think there are some matters of principle first I would like to talk about, and not least the first one being that this, again, put to me today and in representations, that this was a site that was originally identified for the mitigation for previous development. And well that's I need to. What I don't understand necessarily, or would be useful to clarify, is what that means in terms, because I've been told it's mitigation, but what it actually means on the ground, and also, what has it been? Has that mitigation been implemented? What does it mean in terms of mitigation for, you've got to mitigate by allocating, so not only have you got to redo the mitigation for the previous development, you've also got to mitigate the impact of this development. It just how this comes about, I suppose, as a logical. Why would you allocate a site that's already mitigating something else?
Absolutely. So let's start with an explanation of what this mitigation is and how that plays into the allocation, please.
So the mitigation scheme that came forward for the previous applications and the development that's been brought forward primarily lies adjacent to the global logistics site. in terms of the extent. There is some further landscape mitigation that also goes up towards Sunbank Woods. So where we're looking in terms of this allocation, the allocation itself in terms of where we would envisage development to actually come forward would not sit upon that area of land that has been brought forward as mitigation. Yes, there is a challenge in terms of how you bring forward the access to the site and how that would interact with that existing mitigation, but the actual proposed development would be considered, or we would consider would be brought forward out with of those areas of mitigation. Yes, it then also obviously has to provide its own mitigation, and that would be part of the work that would have to be done in terms of further surveys and looking at how we brought that forward.
I didn't know if you had something else you want to say. Okay, I'm sure we might want to investigate a bit more. So the red line, though, the red line of the allocation includes the area that is where the mitigation is. So, do I say why would you? Is that why would you not exclude that area?
It's a proposal that could be considered in terms of how a potential main modification might be taken forward. The only thing I would say is then in terms of the access to the site is required from the existing global logistics site. So if you removed the entire red line along that northeastern boundary, you are precluding the access into the site.
So the access would, but the access, you said that you don't expect, I mean, the policy isn't specific, I mean, it refers to this, somewhat perhaps opaquely or indirectly to this, or the existing landscape mitigation and so on and so forth, but it doesn't categorically say, avoid these areas or anything like that.
No, it doesn't categorically say avoid completely, no.
But the access would not avoid those areas, is that what you're saying?
That's correct, yes.
So it's not quite correct then to say it won't, there'll be no, necessarily you could envisage where there'd be no buildings on it, but some development would affect.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
In fairness, the point was made, no buildings on the mitigation area, but the access would have to, it was explicitly said, the access would have to come through the mitigation area. So we take that on the chin, if you like, that's hands up, if you like, we recognise that. But the idea, so were you to pull the red line in to avoid the mitigation area, you would have to grapple with this point of access. So, whether you'd have an outlier, if you like, so to have the access through from the neighbouring logistics development. That's how you have to get into this allocation.
Okay, so I understand a bit more about that. So in terms of so just to be clear though, the remainder of the site, where on my site visit map, there are sort of some features noted, water features and so on, I think, and so on. They're not part of the mitigation. All right, so they're existing features. Yeah. So there's several. Again, making sure they're not what's being referred to as the relocation for the newts.
They are part of the mitigation, yes. So sorry, the ponds that sit within the SBI area, are we talking about, sir?
There are some outside the SBI area as well.
Yeah. So the ponds, they would be part of the mitigation. That's my understanding.
Now I'm confused because I thought.
Let's take a step back. Take a step back because I think we're all getting confused. Well, you're not. We are.
I am.
We collectively are getting confused. So let's just take a deep breath. So you were referring to the mitigation at the top of the site, next to originally. Yeah. And the inspector's now asking you about, I think, particularly the ponds which are shown.
Yeah, I mean, they've been identified on the site visit map, so just wondering what they pertain to.
Not the one. There are ponds within the SBI, but you're thinking about the ones to the west, which are within the red line of the allocation.
And there are some which are just slightly north of the SBI as well. I think.
Indeed. So the question is, forgive me, I'll just replay the question. I think the inspector's question was, are those ponds part of the mitigation in relation to the logistics, the already permitted, etc., was the question.
Yes, that's,
I think.
that's yeah.
So
Yes, my understanding is they are part of the mitigation, yes.
But wouldn't be built on.
But wouldn't be built on, no.
I know what's coming next.
So going back to my original point about how do you fit
Why have you
25,000
got-
square metres of industrial warehouse full space without, on a, even with or without, with that SBI, it's an awkwardly shaped site for what's a developable area. You're now making it more awkward by you've got, if you're seeking to avoid, I know at the moment the policy doesn't say that, but you're telling me that you're expecting to avoid the mitigation. It's even more awkward, isn't it, to fit that scale of floor space, because these are sporadically located across the site. So.
It certainly presents a challenge, yes.
Let's make a note of that. Okay, I'm going to move on from that. I'm sure we'll come back to it. I'm sure points were raised, but I do want to talk about general biodiversity, ecological factors, and talking about from the first principles of, and a point that's come up ever since, if you like, we published our IN 20, whatever it was, asking about evidence base for allocating sites, and we've had your note. I do note in this case that the evidence-based website doesn't include, I think I'm right in saying, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't include a preliminary ecological assessment. So that's not before us where...
That's correct,
okay,
yeah.
So what have you based your... Bearing in mind that clearly there are, I mean, from what you're even saying, notwithstanding the fact that it is the mitigation, there clearly are biodiversity issues on the site. How have you come to the conclusion, what evidence have you used to come to the conclusion that it is justified to be allocated?
The evidence that's been drawn together thus far includes material that was already in the public domain from the previous applications. It doesn't sit within the examination library. We have had conversations with Greater Manchester Ecology Unit with respect to this site to flag the various aspects that would need to be considered, and evidence was submitted by the HUD group in alongside their representation at Regulation 19, where they employed an ecological consultant. The evidence from the HUT group is a summary that's in the rep at the moment. The actual documentation that the HUT group drew upon is not in the examination library.
But at Reg 19 stage, obviously the allocation's already been made. So
yeah.
So you presumably had a position before that?
Our position was largely drawn from what we knew from the existing applications and the mitigation that had been proposed from that, and also from preliminary conversations with Greater Manchester Ecology Unit.
Okay. So in terms of the topic paper, because I nicely summarised some of these points, the topic paper does refer to some recommendations from the Ecology Unit, and this includes reference to the site being the mitigation, so we already talked about that, and it also sets out recommendations relating to ecological constraints and the need to ensure sufficient survey work, mitigation, compensation, etc. So the topic paper didn't necessarily say, they were content that these issues could be addressed. They were merely highlighting the fact that further work would be needed. So do you have anything from the GM, in lieu of your own ecology assessment, anything from GMU which says actually they are not concerned about development taking place?
We don't have anything in those terms, no, sir. Just to be straightforward about it.
And so in that respect, I know, again, a note that the suggested change, I'll just make sure it's not actually already in the original text in some way, but the suggested change makes specific reference now to provide further species surveys, etc. So again, I guess plain devil's advocate, clearly it's normal for applications. It would be expected for to be further survey work with an application. That's to be expected. But in this case, the fact you bring it obviously front and centre suggests that there isn't insufficient evidence now to understand the likely impacts of development on this site from what you know. there's not a case of something that was reasonable prospect, but in this, are we in a different position on this site to some of the others? We're not actually having a clear idea.
No, I don't think we are. I mean, I think we understand enough from the sources that have been referred to, support the allocation. But what we haven't got here is we haven't got it written up in the way in which we have in, well, most, not all, but most other instances. So drawing on the work the sources of work that have been referred to my left, and obviously that more recently, and I appreciate that's not at the time of the Reg 19 plan, but more recently been supplemented by other work on behalf of HUT. We are persuaded, if you like, that there's a case for the allocation. But this is here, item 3 and the others in relation to ecology are here to address various concerns that have been raised in representations. So that's where we are with it. But as I've said, I've been straightforward in responding to your question earlier on about what we do and what we don't have.
Thank you. And again, I suppose I'm going to this reasonable prospect mindset for this. That you've got an existing set of mitigations which have been seemingly implemented or could be implemented. They were off-site. Clearly, they were off-site from the development that's taken place. So presumably, there would this would be off-site as well. So I guess it's the scope in which those additional mitigation, like a cumulative mitigation, could actually be achieved. And obviously, if you keep moving. Where do you move to next in terms of solution?
So in terms of additional mitigation, I think it is fair to say that with this site, and this is why we've written this into the policy, is that there needs to be further investigations with respect to how we consider some of that additional mitigation. But notwithstanding that, there is a consideration that there is an opportunity, which again is written in terms of the biodiversity aspects, to explore how we can bring forward mitigation within the areas that are sitting out of the boundaries of the current or the re-proposed allocation.
Sorry, you might just run that one by me again. So you're talking about the immediate, the areas immediately outside the site, if you like, which are are they in the same ownership? Do you know, just
my colleague's about to just confirm on that side of things.
You may as well, if you.
Yeah, there's further land within the airport's lease that would be available for off-site mitigation.
Okay. Okay, and obviously, yes, we've got some history. It might be labouring the point. Some history of issues on the site. It's got value. You've also got SBIs. Well, they were in, but around the site. Triple SIs on the edge of the site. Quite a sensitive location in terms of the evidence. And everything being proportionate. But would the evidence for a site like this be expected to be different? Say somewhere perhaps the work wasn't quite the sensitivity, particularly with at least making yourself content that a form of development could be achieved which wouldn't result in unacceptable impacts, notwithstanding what the policy says.
I think it's fair to say that a site with far fewer designations would have a different level of evidence base.
So you would expect more evidence with a site like this than...
I think it is a fair comment.
I don't think to be quite frank, so we've explained where we are with this, and you'll come back to us and tell us what you make of it. Okay. But we're not going to be able to make it any better. Hopefully, we won't make it any worse. But we're not going to be able to make it any better by by just repeating what we've said. We've got what we've got. That's enough as far as we're concerned in our own minds. But we put the allocation in the plan. But you'll report back to us in due course about whether you're content, so to speak.
Okay. Right, I'll look at the we'll look at quickly at the new criteria to catch it all in round, and then like comments come, and there might be comments on a few things. So the new criteria has been suggested, because and I think what the intent of the old criterion 3, if you like, the submitted, is probably still tried to be picked up in these, but
yeah, previously it went on a bit and rambled on a bit, and we've just sort of sought to separate out some of the points and make them clearer. But you know, we're not trying to achieve anything sort of radically different, if you like, and not to use an expression from this morning, we're not trying to water anything down. So
quite. So I'm not going to say anything more about the first one about species surveys. I think we've covered that. Seek to avoid, the next one, we seek to avoid, mitigate and compensate any harm, including, obviously it refers to Cotterell, Clough, Triple SI, and Sunbank Woods and Ponds SBIs. That is it is taken from the criterion 3 largely, isn't it? With a slight different emphasis to minimise any adverse impact. It now talks about seek to avoid, mitigate and compensate, which is, I think, is going back to the hierarchy.
It is, that's right. We've tried to align this with the hierarchy. Well, we have aligned it with the hierarchy in the National Planning Policy Framework, and yes, we've name-checked the particular ecological assets, if you like. So the Triple SI, which was rightly referred to earlier on by the Parish Council. I think that's shown on your plan, isn't it? So
yes.
To the south and neighbouring the allocation, and the SBI, which, depending on whether you look at the plan as submitted or the plan as we wish to amend it, is either partly in the allocation red line or not, depending on which variant you look at.
Okay, I'm not going to go back over whether I've asked the question of whether you could actually achieve that objective.
You have, and we've answered it as best as we can.
So moving on then, we've got minimise impact on existing landscape features and replace any loss through provision of a boundary. So again, this is
so this is
slightly
number 5.
new. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
This is so the first part. So there are two separate points. I mean, I don't know whether they should be together or not, or separated. But the two related but distinct points, if that makes any sense. The first part of this, the first sentence of item number 5, is trying to pick up the fact that the boundary is not simply with the retained green belt, but it's also with these important nature conservation and ecological assets. So, depending on which version of the plan you look at, in both versions we're next door to a Triple SI, and we've either got an SBI, part within the allocation, or if you look at the more recent plan, immediately outside the allocation, but still right next to it. So that's seeking to be addressed in the first part of number 5, and the second part of 5 is now, you're very familiar with this from other allocations, and now familiar idea of strengthening boundaries where that's required.
Okay. I've got no particular. I think I've asked all. Well, probably. So I think most of my other questions are the. I suppose. Well. I will raise it because obviously.
If it's an easy one, please.
Where is my? I need my framework for a second because I haven't got my framework. In terms of the Triple SI, albeit it's outside the boundary, it's whether or not seek to avoid, mitigate, and compensate actually fits in. My original question was obviously in relation to your original submission, which was minimise the adverse impact on the Triple SI, which I question whether that's the right words or not for a Triple SI. And I need to check how that would fit with your revised wording with the framework, which of course I've managed to leave in my retiring room. So let me get my framework.
I thought it was a bit like being tagged. I thought it was mandatory you had these things chained to yourself.
Exactly. Yeah.
So 180 of the framework, presumably.
Yes, so 180B, isn't it? It's a different test, isn't it, for Triple SI?
Yes,
I think
yes,
so.
Yes. So so there's a subtlety here, isn't there? So indeed, so by by treating together, as I think we did originally as well, didn't we? So by
Well,
treating
that's my original question
no,
came from.
Sorry, no, I understand the point. So by treating together a nationally important designation, a triple SI, and a, locally or regionally important, well, I got the word regional in, locally or regionally important, SBI, we've rather morphed two points in the framework. So 180A obviously is the general overarching approach, but if you're dealing with a triple SI, then that's 180B, which is whether you're in, here we're not, or outside a triple SI, and so here we're outside, likely to have an adverse effect on it. Should not normally be permitted. Only exception is where the benefits of the development clearly outweigh that impact, etc., etc. So we would, depending on where you reach in relation to the way this is all written, this allocation would need to have a reconfigured, reworded criterion in relation to the triple SI. Cut a long story short, we'd need to ensure as best as we can that you're avoiding any harm to the triple SI.
Okay, thank you. So that's those three new, well, it's the criterion 3 as is, and then 3 new criteria. I think I will open it up now. I'm sure everyone's sick of hearing me speak. So Ringway Parish Council.
Thank you. Going back to what the gentleman said about the ecology reports, I don't know whether I misunderstood him, but part of it was using the last planning application for the site, which was in 2012. Then he went on to say that the Hut Group had provided some information. When the Hut Group built on the last 2 sites that they've used, especially the Icon 4, this land had already been cleared. It was all ready for development. So whatever ecology reports they've had was on cleared land. It was already ready. The other thing is, it talks about using other mitigation land. At the side of Amazon and DHL, no, Amazon and the first hut building, there was mitigation land that could have been used, but Amazon have extended onto that with the yard and a car parking, bus turning, and the hut applied for a car park, a multi-storey car park, on the opposite side from them on this land. So really, there's less and less land. I don't know where they're going to mitigate it. And Mr. Murray said that there is land available. Where is this land? Where is he thinking of?
Okay, thank you. Did you want to make a point about all this?
If it helps, I can provide you with a plan showing the extent of the airport's lease, and I could identify the areas where mitigation could be possible.
Well, let me think. Obviously, if I want that, I'll probably ask for it through through GMCA. I think in the first instance. But you've told me what you told me. So, did you want to make any more points, by the way, before I ask GMCA to respond? Yeah. If you can try. I mean, obviously, try and get them.
I'd written a note, and then I couldn't remember why I'd written it.
I do it all the time. All the time.
What I was going to say was, the part of Sunbank Wood SBI that is actually, are they going to build round it, or are they going to try and avoid it altogether, or are they going to include it into another car park? They've got this piece of land that's sticking out that I don't know how they're going to get around it.
So to help me in that respect, is that bit there you're talking about? Yeah.
Yes, there's a bit that comes out there into the thing. Well, that is Sunbank Wood. So if you look to the other side of it, they've actually included it into a car park. So are they going to do the same with that section? We don't know.
Okay. Your sign's still up. I don't even. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So I'll turn back to you if you have any comments.
We've nothing to add, sir.
Okay, well, clearly there's quite a few points on there I need to reflect on. The next criterion, then we move on to what has become a standard criterion relating to compensatory improvements to the environmental quality and accessibility of remaining greenbelt in the vicinity. For the benefit of those who have perhaps not been here before, this is a criterion which we suggested should go into every allocation because it's national policy that if you're releasing greenbelt, then there should be compensatory measures, and there's a piece of work that's been done looking at the benefits or potential benefits that could be derived, and so that's the background to it really. So CPR, I mean, we know where we are on that, so obviously if you have any comments.
Yeah, sorry, it's slightly backtracking insofar as obviously there's cumulative impacts with the land that's been proposed for allocation in Trafford, so that's a greenbelt point, ecological point as well. Sorry.
Don't apologise. It's useful to have all these points. But in terms of your point about compensatory improvements, are you saying, well, obviously we've got to do a lot of compensation because of the overall?
Yeah, because there's obviously loss of public footpaths as well. So there's a number of, when considering compensations, you need to understand the value of the site as it is at the moment for a range of public goods and understand how to properly compensate for them.
Thank you. Anything you want to say?
Oh, so you've got our study and deals with this location.
Okay, so moving on then to criterion 4 of the submitted plan, which is improving access to training, job opportunities, particularly for people in Wythenshawe. Sorry, talking about notes. I need to get my notes. And then suggestion here that it's in accordance with JPJ1. Ironically, this morning, very similar criteria were thought they should be deleted because they're in line with, because they're covered by JPJ1. So I guess you must consider there to be some particular importance here as why that's retained.
I suspect you would guess wrong if that was it. I can understand you guessing that way, sir, but no, it's just our hell-bent determination to be consistently inconsistent, sir. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. No, hold on. Apparently there is. There you are.
Just to add to the liveliness. I mean, the area that the airport is immediately serving in terms of the population with respect to Wythenshawe, there are significant sort of issues in terms of people needing to have access to jobs, and it does provide that opportunity, and there is a very significant programme operated by MAG in the area in terms of looking to get local people into the jobs market within the airport, notwithstanding the whole point of trying to stop people from travelling across the conurbation to access the jobs at the airport, so that you do actually provide local jobs for local people. I know that sounds a bit trite, but there is a very serious point behind that. So in notwithstanding the inconsistency or consistent inconsistencies, there is a valid point I would suggest for that particular clause for this particular policy. Sorry, Mr. Katkowski.
Not at all. My response to that would be all of that is absolutely right, and it would all be picked up by the thematic policy. But there you are. We'll leave it to the inspector to decide which way to go on all these things.
Okay, it's in the plan now, so there'll have to be a reason to take it out, I suppose. CPRE, did you have a point on that? No? Thank you. So now moving on to transport matters. In fact, in the submitted plan criteria 5, 6 and 7 all relate to different aspects of transport and travel, and I guess they've been, the intention is to subsume them into one criterion which covers all aspects of making provision for new and improved sustainable transport and highways infrastructure.
That's right.
Again, for the benefit of, with particular reference to what's required here, if you want to explain the situation.
Give me one moment, sir. So, forgive me just for 1 second, sir. Sorry. So the approach, so basically we are in our item number, where are we, 8 in the revamped version of the policy. We are seeking to bring this policy in line with various other allocations and catch up with discussions and developments during the earlier stages of these examination hearings. So we have introduced, or by way of amendments, an approach which works on this basis, that an assessment has been made of the traffic and transport implications of all of the allocations, including this one. That work has been done on a worst case basis, in other words, making certain assumptions which we consider are probably unlikely to manifest themselves in reality, but it's done on a worst case basis. And on that worst case basis, certain highways works would be necessary and other works would be necessary in order to ensure that there would not be a severe impact in relation to traffic arising from this allocation and whichever other allocation one might be looking at. And they are set out in what's described here as Appendix D. That appendix is set out as part of our document GMCA 23. And for this particular site, there are 2 necessary works and there's 1 supporting work. So the necessary works are an improvement to the A538 Sunbank Lane, and then walking and cycling accesses and crossings in relation to Sunbank Lane. As we previously explained, the way policy C7 works and the whole approach is that if the allocation is made, you know, if it's supported by yourself and your colleagues and the plan is adopted, the allocation's made. If it is, and then in due course a planning application comes in, and alongside the planning application there would be a transport assessment which would look at all the up-to-date traffic information, and the expectation is it will start with the list of items in Appendix D, and there'll be an assessment as to whether those improvements are indeed necessary in order to ensure that there wouldn't be a severe traffic impact. But at the level of the plan, our work shows that, subject to those works, there would not be severe, that's very great traffic impacts arising from this proposed allocation.
Thank you. Note from Appendix D that we have some improvements to the A538 Sunbank Lane and some walking and cycling access and crossing points as a necessary, and then maybe some works on the Junction 6 as supporting. But when I know that you're suggesting taking these parts out of the policy, but when you look at what you had in under particularly where I get this, I saw reference to, yes, criterion 6, you refer to enhancements to public transport as well, and obviously Appendix D doesn't make any reference to public transport. So, and then other things. 7 also talks about public transport. So I don't know if that's something you say, well, okay, we don't necessarily need them because Appendix D doesn't throw them up, or whether it's something, this is an aspiration for those public transport benefits or improvements.
Yeah. I suppose, again, this all comes back to some of the discussions with some of the other allocations about the level of detail that you put in, because we haven't specifically identified what the nature of those public transport improvements, etc., would be. We've obviously, I'm coming to that. We've obviously heard from Mr. Murray in terms of the public transport aspects that are already provided. There is a link back to policy C7 with respect to the necessary requirement to deliver public transport improvements. So I think we're starting to take I don't know, it was sometimes called the slash and burn approach, but the approach of, if it's already covered by, or the details sufficiently covered by a thematic policy, we would take it back. But
I suppose my point is that because obviously you had a policy, the 2 policies referring to public transport. If you then take it back to Appendix D, there's nothing in Appendix D.
No, that's very
Doesn't
true.
mean to say you wouldn't. Actually.
But it does say also,
C7
it does say JPC7 in the policy as well as Appendix D.
Okay.
So in that sense, I think we've covered it.
Okay, as long as it's covered.
Yep.
That's the point. So you could hear the.
I was hearing the chorus suddenly behind me. That's in the policy.
The ripples of discontent. So So I think the problem is because, or the issue is because so many of these sites involve sort of good old-fashioned sort of highway improvements, tarmac, more tarmac somewhere, we tend to lose, or I, tend to lose the point that C7 is obviously about a lot more than good old-fashioned, highway schemes. So, it starts with seeking to reduce the impact of any proposed development by working through, for example, public transport improvements, etc. So we would say it's sufficiently covered by.
But obviously, there's nothing specific's been identified yet. Nothing specific's been identified yet anyway through the works that have been done. So, notwithstanding the chorus, there's nothing actually proposed.
No, but the chorus is it would all be picked up through C7.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I don't want to get shot from front and back, so.
Okay. Any other comments on transport in general, either impacts, sustainability, so on and so forth, CPRE?
It was just, we heard from across the table how there is a shuttle bus, but I just wondered how comparable that is to the regularity of tram journeys, because obviously there's a tram to the airport every 15 minutes at least, possibly more so. I just wondered if the shuttle, I mean, maybe it's comparable because it's delivering people to car parking and things, but just to understand how usable it is for employees. Thank you.
I suppose that's the point, isn't it? How usable is it? So I don't know if obviously the airport group want to at least come in first.
Yeah, so I mentioned 2 bus services that are scheduled bus services from Stockport that previously terminated at the station. They now pick up at the station and go direct to World Logistics and Global Logistics. 2 of the tenants also operate shuttle buses to coincide with their shift patterns. So there's actually 4 bus services, not 2.
CPRE, did you have another point? No. Okay. Okay. And obviously, I understand now, obviously, the position on those criteria that have been suggested to be removed. That takes us to the end of what's in the policy. I think I'm right in saying, yes. I've got a couple of just points about things which just, covering off all the bases. Paragraph 11.128 also talks about something. So it refers to high quality and sensitive design which will complement, conserve and enhance the natural environment. Now again, that question may have been written, or my thoughts on that may have been written before we had all these debates about taking out some of these generic design. Yeah.
Sorry, just trying to catch up with exactly where you are. So demands a high quality,
sensitive, and which obviously, if you would translate that into policy, which it reads a little bit like policy, in some respects, but if you were to transfer that into policy, it would then become one of those generic type policies. So I probably when I wrote this question or at this point, it was before the days of those points coming out. So I don't know whether it is worthy of. I'm raising it for completeness. If there's anything specific that needs to be raised there, because we've had lots of debate back and forth about some councils want to keep these design criteria in for specific reasons, some don't, and whether there's anything here. But is this you're content with the design, generic design?
Yes, yes. Oh no, yes, we are. So.
Fair enough. And then, in terms of only what I might call potentially missing criteria or potential issues, one is about, and you may just say, well, it's not necessary, but again, some of these points might have been thought of a while ago. The topic paper confirms there are no designated heritage assets within the site, but there is a Grade 2 listed building nearby whose setting could be visually impacted on. Again, I think we've had this discussion about whether it's in the site or not, so put it over to you really to think whether, I'm guessing from now, but you wouldn't think criteria is necessary, but I'm covering it for completeness.
No, I wouldn't think a criterion is necessary because it's not on site and because there's a thematic policy and also national policy were there any impacts potentially on the setting and then on the significance of the asset. So,
and then, sorry, in archaeological terms, there's reference to there may be prehistoric finds. So again, we've had this it's a perennial issue about if there's something there, archaeology. If we come to the conclusion that where there is something that may be relevant, thematic may be relevant, then it may be something that we think about adding to this.
Indeed, absolutely, yes.
So I just wanted to make, cover those points off for completeness, just in case. Any other points on the development requirements or anything that's not been covered on the development requirements anybody wishes to raise? Okay, I think we'll do viability then, and we'll finish before the break, because I don't think I've got a great deal to say.
One point, and forgive me if I've inclusion of solar voltaics on roof space when it comes to B8. I can't remember how we've handled or how that has been handled, if there's going to be a separate catch-all policy or if that should be something itemised in.
Well, I think the way it's been approached is that it'd be covered under JPS2
okay, yeah,
in or an OS3, whichever one it is, which talks about, I think that's the general approach to renewable energy,
It is, but there's a specific point here about the airport, which I'll leave the airport to make.
Yeah, and possibly it could be another criteria that development shouldn't have a negative effect on aviation safety, and solar panels in close proximity to the runway have the potential to generate glint and glare that can affect aviation safety. So there's possibly a
rather than encouraging it, it'd be the way around.
It's not a blanket ban. It's just they need to be assessed to understand whether or not they do have an effect on aviation safety.
Correct me. This is where my hazy memory of some things. If an application were to come in, assuming there's no criteria one way or t'other on that specifies it. If an application were to come in, the airport presumably is the Civil Aviation Authority or someone is a statutory consultant or a consultee, and that would come up?
Correct, yeah. The airport is the Aerodrome Safeguarding Authority, and we are a statutory consultee for such applications.
I have done appeals where solar panels on dwellings have been queried on that basis. So okay, probably we're not quite the the answer you wanted there, but
well. Yeah, it's a fair point. I mean, given the alignment of the runways, I don't think it would be an issue anyway, in any event, but there you go.
I mean, there is a general policy relating to that, I suppose.
Yeah, it's just, it's something that's we're looking into it as an organisation, how to better use roof space and grey space for more solar panels to stop the countryside getting used for such development. So if places for everyone can maximise solar on roof space, is a good thing.
I'll take the point. I will possibly review what. Without, we're not doing it now to delay things. What's in S2, but I also have to have regard to what's been said. But okay, fair point. Okay, thank you. And Parish Council.
I was just going to say that of the 5 massive buildings that are already on the on the other side, there's only Amazon that have solar panels on the roof. It's a flat roof, so, well, they're all flat roofs, but Amazon is the only one at the moment that has solar panels on it.
Okay, thank you. I think it's an interesting thing for me to take away and think about myself. Okay, viability. Is this... Category 1. You explained it. Residual value. I've got a note here of residual value of 310,000 after transport costs. Is that?
That's right.
But it makes that category 1, not marginal.
It's in category 1, but they, excuse me, but it's because the right. Okay. So it's category 1, but because the residual value is less than £1 million, and it's badged as marginal in the Three Dragons assessment, but it's a category 1.
So it's deliverable, albeit. It's,
yes.
And so an old-fashioned phrase of abnormal costs that push that in this direction. Is there something in particular that renders makes it marginal, or is it just?
No, I think it's just the way the figures add up.
There's no addition. So there's no additional exceptional cost that's been plugged into that brings it out. That's just a pure. No. That's how it sums.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I've got nothing. All the information is before me on that. I don't think there's much more I can ask. Any other comment? Any comments on viability delivery? Okay. Right. Well, thank you. That was quite a short session, but a good session, I think. thank you everyone for your contributions, and I will adjourn now until 9:30 next Tuesday. Thank you everybody, and safe journeys home. Thank you.